Why can't I do violence? No. There's a player here.
Well, what do you want me to do? I'm still stuck with these assholes.
No!
Thanks.
You walked right in front of me as I was casting.
Can't believe Liv is gonna be a lich, sacrificing us all to a phylactery.
Oh.
Hello.
I think the game just crashed. The server did. Damn, did someone try and eat beans? Did someone try and eat fucking beans? I'm just gonna double check real quick. You're like the Borg chose Cube! Look, Cube is the superior ship design. You don't need aerodynamics in space. Yeah, you disagree? This. Okay, no, look, I disagree with you here because, look, if you just roll up on the sphere, if you break out the sphere, like, you know, at the drop of a hat, you know, it's gonna lose its impact. The sphere is for special occasions. Oh, honey unit, the Federation has arrived. Break out the good ship. My mode in, like, games like this is to do it properly, I have to be able to, like, bring the mic in close, like, how are you doing, runners? Are you being good little boys and girls? You know, like, I need to lean in like that. But I can't really do that while I'm worrying about my survival in the dungeon. Hey, our boy found a portal. Fuck. Why are you small? Explain your smallness. Ah! I did not see how much damage I keep missing how much damage I'm doing. Oh, God. No. Not adorable. You can't call me that. That's illegal. Ooh, that's rough. That's a fucking... Not bad. I can see why y'all are horny for him. We can hear you drill. Shut up! Silence! I was trying to make it a bit. I'm not horny, you're horny! Shut up! How expensive are you? And also, how much does it cost to hire you for the Inquisition? Asshole! Fucking... Yeah! Oh, that was rad. That was fucking cool. That's just a bottle flip with with an oil drum. What if we just went double handguns? Yeehaw, chuckle fucks. Big Dick Mecca, cucksole of Texas. Look out, Oklahoma, you're next. He was literally just some Luddite who wanted to live alone in the woods and nobody would leave him alone. Like, Mailing anthrax to people, generally not a good thing. I am not pro-anthrax mailing, but just saying, maybe you should have just left the crazy old guy who has like a fucking MIT level intelligence and like has access to anthrax alone. I don't know. Shut your fucking mouth. Unfortunately, I'm right a lot of the time, so there's nothing to change my mind on. Hi, Coz. Like, I'm sorry that I have big titty and correct opinions. I'm sorry. No, I'm not saying like now. I just literally like, I need to like, in my brain, I need to just, like, just remove the fucking tuna kink shaming from my brain right now. I need no gun. I need only mining laser. God, just showing up in the Cutlass Black. Get mined, idiots! Get mined! Ow, bullets hurt! Bullets hurt! Bullets hurt! Bzz, 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 bzz. Yes! Yes! I will sell your flesh! Oh, hang on, I gotta recharge, hang on. Bzz. Bzz. Hello, everybody. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're so fucking back. We're so fucking back. It is no longer Jover. We are so fucking back. I've got fucking... I think like that was like, what, like 5 hours of sleep? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I am good to go. I am good to destroy God. Hi, Zeno. Hi, Rain Sand. Hello, everybody. I'm going to make it everyone's issue. Including mine. Pebble! My Pebble. I love you. Hang on, I'm doing my social media stuff because I should have done that before I hit the go button, but I didn't because I'm silly. I'm just a little silly. I'm just a little silly. I'm bully silly. Alright, okay. Hi, Shooty. Hi, Shooty. So, okay, so I can do one of two things. Actually, I can do a lot of things.
Beautiful.
Hi, Steve. Ah! So, I'm actually being good. Instead of drinking Sprite, I actually have water. I have a thing of water. So, hi, Fee. Hello. So, I could do RimWorld, which I've been digging RimWorld. I could do more of that. We could do some Fort. We could do some more WoW. We could do some other things. I don't really want to set up the VR stuff. I am still a little owie zowie. But we have so many things we could do. We have so many things we gotta do. Stay to bed the entire time was day outside. That's fine. That's valid. Alright. So, I think the new battle pass for Fort has dropped. So, what I'm gonna do, I wanna check that out. I wanna check that out real quick. And, then we can have a look-see, shall we? So, I'm gonna go... I wanna get into Fort and see the new battle pass, and then once I see the new battle pass, then only then shall I start the timer. Because I really would like to see what is going to be happening. So right now on the splash screen, I see Jonesy, I see a Lego character, and I see a fucking Rocket League car. So fucking don't know what the hell's going on there. Yeah. Fort. Fort. Waiting in queue. Okay, so it must. So okay, so Fort. So Fort is act. Fort is go. What should you eat today? Your frig empty. Oh no. Well, go to the store. Go to the store. Yeah. See, like they like. So they had their whole time travel things. I'm seeing Guitar Hero. I'm seeing Rocket League. I'm seeing Lego. What is it? What it could? What could it be? What could it be? What mysteries? Shopping tomorrow though. Oh. I don't know. Do you have like McDoggle? Do you have money for McDoggle? Hang on. Turning on the spoofy. Get yourself like a McDoggle or something. Sport. Peter! Peter, we're at Fortnite, Peter! Okay, I'm gonna start the timer so I can like just like okay. Yeah, but oh boy. I not believe your eyes. 10 million fireflies lit up the world as I fell asleep. In open air, like drops everywhere. You think me weird, but I would just stand and stare. I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep. Everything isn't as it seems. Gotta go 1,000 hugs from 10,000 lightning bugs. He seems to teach me how to dance. Up beneath my head, a sock hop beneath my bed. Think your bowl is just hanging by a thread, thread, thread. I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep. But everything is never as it seems. I fall asleep. Leave my door open just a crack. 'Cause I feel like such an insomniac. I'm tired of counting sheep. I'm too tired to fall asleep. Fireflies. I'm weird because I hate goodbyes. Fuck. She eyes as they said farewell. I wish several are. Games get real bizarre. Oh boy. Make myself believe. It's Size playlist. So it's full of songs that are like bangers, but there's a few songs that are just like ingrained in my brain forever. Must sleep. Everything is never as it seems. I fall asleep, like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. Also, I'm tone deaf, I think. So, like, yeah, I'm very sorry. I'm not sorry. Everything is never as it seems. I fall asleep, make myself believe that planet Earth turns Slowly. Then you saying that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep. 'Cause everything is bursting at the seams. Yeah, I love that song. I love that song so fucking much. Hi, Tall Panzer. We're just, like, I want to see what the new fort is. Might just mean you're tone deaf too. Nah, that's fine. We're back. We got 4 hours. Got 4 hours. There's new fort. I do kind of want to do Rimworld, but also at the same time, Lennon said that we do the $500 reward where Lennon takes over the stream for a little bit and draws what y'all want. And I don't want to get like too deep into Rimworld, and then be like, oh shit, okay, I gotta stop, I gotta save, I gotta go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to see what the fuck this Lego shit is about. Like, there's no way they're adding Lego minifigs as characters. Their animations wouldn't fit. May! May, we're playing Fort. May, we're playing Fort. Get in here. Is that because Life doesn't want to get pizza outside from work? Oh, no. We're playing Fort. Get in here. $35 battle stars. Oh, they just gave me them because I had the extra stars. All right. Okay. All right. New fort, new fort, new fort, new fort, new fort. What the fuck? Yeah, why is there Lego Fortnite? Okay, what even is the fucking... Peter! Peter! What even is the story of Fort now? What even is the story of Fort now? Okay, so they went back in time to the original map. The original map still blew up, and now, what, like, Jonesy is like is punished Jonesy, traveling the fucking timelines. Alright. Yes. Give me Fort. Give me Fort. Give me Fort. Oh, she's cute. Fuck. Why do they just keep adding me to Fortnite? Yeah, Fortnite has a story. Why do they keep adding me to Fortnite? This is like the second time they've done it. Okay, I'm playing Fort for a bit. Oh. Another cutscene? What? Just say because you love you go play 4 because there's an update a little bit. We have the Cyberdelics for night when I don't know. We have your banana. What the fuck? Oh, the new map looks rad as fuck! Yo, and they got riot shields! Man, here's hoping this mechanic doesn't just fucking go away. Jesus. Snake! Hey Lois, remember that time I was in Fortnite Battle Royale? Yeah. I can't fucking believe it. Can't fucking believe it. They played into fucking fort. Okay, alright, so... Damn, I can't believe they put me into fort. Alright, hang on, what's our other appearance look like? Okay, less me. Sexy Tiger Man. Sexy Tiger Man. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Gonna go tinkle, then you can play. Alright. Oh no, they have Sexy Tiger Man. What am I gonna do? Kidding. Oh, Yoshi's cool. Oh, Yoshi gets cooler! Montague. Oh. Freakish sweet, Lois. Alright, man. I hope you enjoy. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Oh, Yoshi's rad as fuck! That's running around for and you say, I am the floor gremlin, give me your knees. Oh, shit. Yeah, where's the Lego? Hang on, where is the Lego? Oh, okay, Lego is not out yet. Lego's not out yet, in 4 days. For a vast open world where Lego building and Fortnite collide, find the ultimate survival Lego and crafting adventure in Fortnite. Oh my god. Alright. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe they added me to oh shit. They added me to Fortnite twice. Like, you know, right here, and then, where's the new one? And then here. Can't believe it. Can't fucking believe it. I don't know which one I want to use. I mean... I think I'll use this one. I think I'll use this one, because this one is... very me. God, oh, but they just straight up have weapon mods. Unfortunately, I have to play building with Legos. I mean, immediately. Yeah, it's true. Retro live and goth live. Yep. I'm gonna be honest. If I could look like this and dress like this in real life, I would. I don't think I could pull it off though, and I do not think I could do hair this short. Like if it was like if I could probably do it like down to like chin length, probably like go it down to chin, shoulder length. What's in the item shop? Oh hey look, they added Eminem to Fort. Fucking... Oh hey, we got Anime Christmas. Oh, oh, she's cute. Oh no, she's cute. Shit. I gotta stop looking at the Fortnite store. I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop it. Where's the anime? Okay. How long is it gonna be until May is done pissing? I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna do one solo, and we're gonna see what's going on. Look, sometimes you got. Oh. Oh, you're on. Okay. Where are you? In the launcher. They're playing one BR called Spellbreak, so damn confused to give them money that they shut down. Ooh. That's a oof. Fucking Chihiro's fucking playing in a squad. I would invite Chihiro, but like it's been forever. And also, they're playing fucking squad. Look was cool, but hard to find matches. Yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, it doesn't really work if you have I'm gonna turn my music down just a tiny bit. Hi, Emil. Hell yeah, VC. What do you think? What do you think I am? Some sort of Philistine? I'm calling you on Discord.
Hello.
Oh, Christ. You look like you're reactive. You sound like you're reactive.
I feel like death.
Oh my god. When you
I
said
was
sicky, you
drinking.
weren't kidding. Oh.
No, I was drinking from 3 a.m. until 12.
Why?
I only had like 4 drinks, right? And I feel like I'm going to violently throw up.
May, you're talking
Yeah.
about the bitch you can't get. You're talking to the bitch you can't get through half of Mike's Hard Lemonade without getting so drunk she doesn't remember a lot about that previous night.
I was drinking 35%.
May, what the fuck?
And I pulled a heavy hand, so I had 2 cups was maybe like 2 of my drinks were maybe 2 shots worth. My third drink and fourth drink are about 6 shots worth. Sorry, I was sorting out the battle shit out.
No, you're fine. May,
Yeah.
I love you. And I say this with all respect. What the fuck?
Listen, I'm just built diffy, okay? This is the English culture, Liv. You
I
missed
mean-
out on it 'cause you went over to America.
Oh, no, I mean, I can't engage in it because the way my body works. But yes, fair enough. It is British culture to just drink the sadness away because you live in England. Unfortunately, once you wake up, the sadness is still there because you're still in England.
I think the reason that you're a lightweight is because you moved to America and breathe the like oxygen.
No, May, it's because I have a connective tissue disorder.
No, it's the American air. It's something in the air. It makes you a lightweight.
May, I am 5'9" and I weigh less than Zeno, okay? Nah. That's not it, dog.
My dad ordered Chinese food, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was really hungry.
Uh-huh.
But every time I ate it, I thought I was going to throw up.
Oh god.
So I had to say, oh, I'll just eat this later.
Oh
I was
jeez.
like,
Whoa!
it was to the point I slept 4 hours. I woke up and I was still drunk.
Oh god. What the fuck is happening? I
What?
was I was removing the match due to errors in my installation.
Oh? What?
What the fuck?
Um, well, I'm not fucking singing this game alone.
Yeah, no, don't.
So I'm gonna leave.
Hang on, I'm gonna open the Epic launcher and I'm gonna try and verify my install, I guess.
Okay.
How do I do that?
Jesus Christ. See, this is
Ow!
how much I love you live, by the way.
What?
This is how much I love you.
Well, I appreciate you.
Damn right you do.
Ah, fuck. May.
Yeah.
May, stop being on Turf Island so I can just pat you on the head, fuck.
I'm sorry, everywhere is tough island, let's be real.
I mean, in America, they can't really go Turf Island because guns.
Imagine like trying to be a tough toward a trans person, just pulls out a fucking Glock and shoots
Yeah,
them.
just hose them down. Brr. Yeah,
Where's the
fucking.
When
Huh?
the fuck did I get Evie? Who is Evie?
Who?
I don't know, she looks like some basic white girl. There
White
she is.
white woman detected.
I like the new woman. She's very me because I've just dyed my hair blue and I'm kind
Yeah.
of all goth style.
Yeah.
So I very much do. She made you, but she also made me. Like
Yeah. Yeah, that's
they
true.
made you and me.
That's true.
We're a collective now.
That's us if we do the fusion dance.
Oh, I have work experience tomorrow.
Oh boy.
I love unpaid labor.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, that is at what time? Like I have to be up at 8 a.m. So I have to be up in 10 hours for that.
Hmm. But yeah, like if you're not good, if you need to go, like,
Nah, I'm
all
going.
right,
Sure.
all right.
Don't act like I did. Don't act like I make good choices.
I mean, no, you're my friend, so of course you don't. Yeah, I want to dye my hair. Like right now, my hair, you know, my hair looks like it's long and brunette and shit. But it's
Yeah.
so fucking long. Like,
I mean,
I feel
my
like
hair
that would
isn't
be
too
expensive and take
long.
forever.
I like. I can't like my hair's not too long, but it still took a lot for even me to dye it.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love it dyed,
yeah,
but oh my god, did it take forever?
yeah. I'm probably going to have to get my hair cut at some point. It's getting to the point now where
Mm,
so my hair is really curly. It gets curlier when it's cold.
yeah.
So like I brush my hair every day, every morning when I wake up. It does not
Mm,
matter how well I brush my hair the previous day. The hair will be tied in knots when I wake up. Just because
mm,
it's just curled in on itself. Like it's actually an issue. So I'm probably gonna get a cut to be like maybe shoulder length at some point here soon. But, like I want to go to like an actual fucking hairdresser because like all we have around here is like fucking cheapo fucking like Walmart haircut place. You know what I mean? Like you go there for a haircut and they fucking go like, "All right, boss," and just fucking shave your head bald. Plus, this hairdresser is like a fucking half hour, like if not even half hour, like fucking like 50-minute drive.
mm.
Like fucking this town's so fucking small, it sucks.
See, I have a hairdresser that's like a 20, well, not 20. I'd say maybe 15-minute drive from me,
Hmm.
if that. and I've been going to them since I was a kid.
Yeah. Again, there was a hairdresser in Florida that I always went to when I was a kid. So I'd managed to trick my mom into doing something gender affirming when I was a kid. Um, my mom went to a female like hairdresser place, right? And was like, and I was like, well, no, I mean, I don't want to like get my hair cut. I want to get my hair cut where you get your hair cut, mom. Blah 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 blah. Like, and then so it's just like, yeah, got my hair cut at a female run and female oriented fucking hairdressers for like the entirety of my fucking childhood. But I never got the fucking the chutzpah to go like, no, give me a girl haircut. Fuck you.
See, when I woke up from my ickle eep and I saw
Mm-hmm.
you text the message fought, I was like, I don't know if I can be asked in the condition I am in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I hop in your stream and I'm like, oh fuck it, we will.
Fuck it, we bull. That is the way. That is the way. Hi,
But
Genie. We're waiting on Fortnite to validate because I think it installed wrong. Question mark.
I'm not very confident at how well I'll be able to sit like this without throwing up.
Do you need a bucket?
No, I'll just run to the toilet. I'm a few steps from my
Okay.
toilet.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
that's good. Drink
Hmm?
Monster.
May
Yes, that is my name.
drink a Sprite.
I don't have any Sprite. I've been craving Sprite because I
How do
fucking
you not
love.
have Sprite?
Because it's expensive and I'm broke. I'm literally living off of what's it called? Universal credit.
Oh, okay.
So I get 298 a month for food.
Hmm.
And
That's
the
fair.
food I have, because it's pre-made meals, it's like microwave meals or something I
Mm-hmm.
can put in the air cooker. It's
Mm-hmm.
really expensive to cook for me.
Wait, fucking
So
200. So 200 pounds. Okay, maybe
it's
like
just under
food.
300.
Oh, just under 300 pounds. Okay, so like maybe it's different in England, but like over here, like that's enough for maybe like 2 weeks of food, and that's it. That's insane that they want
Well,
you to live off that.
see, the thing is, I don't eat any meal usually other than dinner. So that's why it can last me a whole month. But if I was
Jesus.
buying more than one meal a day, I would be able to last 2 months, like 2 weeks with it, as you said.
That is insane, dude. What the hell they expect you to. Man, fucking this world hates poor people. What the fuck?
I mean, they also expect, so if you are like a parent, like a single parent who owns a house, they
Mm-hmm.
might give you like a little bit more for house costing, but they give you about the same amount to look after you and a child.
Jesus.
It's like I could get more as I get older, but I'd have to be over, I think, 20 or something to get more for my
Uh,
universal credit.
yeah,
But because I am 18, I only get 298.
that's absolutely fucking nutty. And Fiona, the whole point of Sprite and Seven Up is because they're basically very very low impact, like low impact lemon lime sodas. They're good for easy drinking, and also if you have a tummy ache, they're very good for settling a tummy ache.
Oh, I didn't
Like,
know that.
yeah, it's the same thing, same reason behind ginger ale because it's so
Oh,
yeah. Except like
I do not like ginger ale. That would
yeah,
make me throw up.
yeah. If you don't like ginger ale, you use Sprite.
Um,
Yeah,
but
like
yeah, so like the whole reason universal credit is so low is because they're like, oh well, we're gonna pay you less than minimum wage so that you won't just sit there and like leech off of the
oh
universal
my
credit and just
god.
not get a job.
Let me
But the whole
guess.
thing is like, so I'm trying to go for an apprenticeship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because most apprenticeships can pay, because it's I'm not like above the age of 20 yet, they can pay less than minimum wage. They
Okay.
can pay the apprenticeship's minimum wage for the first year. So the whole reason I want to do an apprenticeship is it's just below the taxable amount that you make.
Jesus.
Because usually you'll get like 10k a year, like
Yeah.
annually.
Yeah.
But it's so stupid that 12,500 is the amount that you have to earn to get taxed.
Yeah.
Like, let's
I
see.
I'm gonna be honest. The whole idea of like, oh, we can't give you enough on welfare to survive because then you won't want to work. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. fucking there's so few jobs because shit's been automated so fucking much, and also like, you know, fucking some people aren't capable of working. Me, for example, because fucking I need a wheelchair to get around, and it is fucking like ankle deep snow outside. The fuck they want me to do? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm trying to find out what. Okay, there we go. So once you get £12,571 annually, you get taxed 20% of that.
Fucking Jesus.
Which, because we did the maths in uh, we did the maths in sociology because this was a big thing that we talked
Yeah.
about. So they're expecting you to live on what 12,571. I'm doing maths, and by that I mean I'm googling it.
No, that's fine.
So after being taxed, you would have £10,057 annually.
Jesus Christ, that's not enough to live.
No, it's not, especially because most people who are earning like that amount of minimum wage have to pay for their housing as well.
Yeah.
So you pay for your housing, you pay income tax. You basically end up having to put so much of that into a what's it called? Like a oh my God, I can't think of what the word's called.
No, you're fine.
The thing for when the pension, that's it.
Yeah, fucking
Because the pension automatically comes out of your paycheck based on your company.
yeah.
So they'll just automatically take money out of the actual check that you get, put it into a pension, and then that's your monthly pay.
That's actually
So
fucking
like
insane.
yeah, so you get 10,000, like just below, like about like 10,000, and then some of that goes towards pension anyway. So that's even more taken off of that annually. And then you have so much of that goes on housing, electricity, like gas. And then some of that goes on paying for your rent. And then it has to also go on food. And I was looking on stream at like places just in my area.
Yeah.
The cheapest I really found were these really horrible like places for 600 per month.
Jesus. Okay. Fucking. Okay, look. I'm about to say a hot take. Maybe because everything is getting more and more automated and people are like literally it is there's literally not enough fucking jobs to go around without putting people in jobs that are dead end, do nothing, or are just nothing. Maybe perhaps we should you know, give people universal basic income. Ignore my pings. I don't know where I'm going.
Oh. Let's go reckless railways because I want to be recklessly railed.
All right, bet. Same though.
That's why I thought you'd appreciate the comment.
Look. Oh, they don't. Oh, they replaced daily quests. Now it's match quests.
Oh.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, it's like how in ranked you had your match quests.
Yeah, but now they've replaced dailies with it, so that's cool. So now, like, now you can... What?! What the fuck? Do I have to just fully reinstall Fortnite?
Oh, did you get kicked out the game again?
Again, yeah. I want to play
They have
Fortnite with my
shield
friend.
bracket EMPs.
Okay, I'm gonna
I'm like
uninstall Fortnite.
I'm getting like 60 FPS. This is so bad.
Like, I mean, I swear to God, this has to be an issue with Fortnite itself.
Probably.
Oh boy. I'm sorry, me.
It's okay.
May is a fun deer and friendship. Yes, May is.
Oh.
Every
What do you think of my little trash goober?
I love it. I love it because hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I have a thing because it reminds me of a thing that I used to have back, but way before even Goblin, before VTuber at all. Um, this was like a piece of merch that I had, like of my very ever first piece of merch.
Mhm.
Um, I think people could still buy it. I'm not actually sure because I've never actually touched merch. It's, my old like okay, so we're back, but it was my old my old human Sona,
Mhm.
fucking just poking out of a trash can.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's like I had it as like a piece of merch, and it was so fucking cute, and I loved it. Yeah, okay, so stream broke. I think it might like I went May. I went
Yeah.
for 47 hours without a single disconnect. Yesterday and the day before.
Oh my god.
We've barely been going for 46 minutes. We already had a disconnect. Alright, so we might not be able to play Fort. I've been playing RimWorld though.
I saw you playing it yesterday. I was looking.
Yeah. It's surprisingly good. I understand. I thought I would just bounce off. I unironically thought I was like, oh, I'm just gonna bounce off this. I don't understand. Okay, so I have to
I've already
reinstall.
installed
Sorry.
someone in this game.
Huh?
Like I'm still actively playing and I got an elim.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm reinstalling the game. I don't know how long it'll take. My internet's decently fast, but
Bro, the person that killed me was on 11 HP. I'm so mad.
ooh. Do we wanna vibe and wait for Fort, or do you need to go lay down?
Um, no, I should be good.
All right. Uh,
Oh Jesus Christ! I'm opening
um,
Monster.
yeah, every time I hear something about back home, I'm just like I have this moment of like, oh man, I'd love to go back home. So much of my family and so many of my friends are there, and then like I will hear something that's going on right now and be like, you know what? No, no, I'd rather stay here for a bit. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, later, Fee. Fucking number one thing I've heard, my parents are threatening that like, oh, if you don't succumb to our blackmailing and our attempts to fucking rob you of $6,000, we'll have to sell our $500,000 house and go home. I'm like, okay, good.
Oh
Get out of my
no.
country. Get out of my country. Get out.
Leave.
Leave. America's mine. I peed on it. I peed on America, so it's mine. Like I went all the way over to the Washington Monument and I peed on it, so it's mine now. That means yeah, I'm the secret president the entire time.
But no. I think we one day need to fund a dull trip to the UK just so you can visit me.
Yeah. Um, I forget. Is England at Florida level where if you're trans in public you get arrested, or do I need to?
No, no,
Okay.
you'll be fine.
Okay.
I have like a bunch of them. It just depends on who you see. Like if you run into like the roadmen or the chavs, you might be verbally assaulted. But that's about like because
No.
I obviously dress a bit emo and like goth, don't I?
No.
Um, and I'll when I'm walking out in public, I'll have like the chavs and the roadmen go around and go, "Oh, emo, just slit your wrists."
Yeah, that
I was like,
sounds. Yeah, I'm
okay.
very glad to see that like back home has never changed at all.
The funny thing is so when I was a lot younger, I used to struggle with that a bit, right?
Yeah.
Um, so I was in maybe year 9, year 10, something like that, which is like 10th, 11th grade.
Yeah.
And I had these year 7s, which is 8th grade.
Yeah.
They came over to me and they were asking, "Oh, like, have you got barcodes?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." And I had fresh ones, and I scarred them all because they were like, "Can we see?" So I did, and they all just ran off screaming.
Jesus.
Honestly, my greatest pleasure was them running off screaming after they saw my French arm on my arm. I'd never do that usually, and
Yeah.
because like that's where the whole stereotype of like attention seeking comes from, being like, oh look what I did to myself. But when it's little shits like them, they deserve it.
Yeah. Fucking, oh god, like, I swear to god, back home is caught in the fucking time warp, I swear to god.
Mm,
Fucking, like, literally everything you're describing is shit that is happening when I was in fucking, like, primary fucking school and secondary school. Fucking Jesus.
yeah. There was one time in primary,
Mm-hmm.
I got into trouble, right?
Yeah.
And I was really confused why, 'cause they're like, oh, can you come here at the end of like break or some shit? And I was really confused. So I go over. They're like, oh, we've heard that you strangled someone at break. I was like, what? What
Yo,
the fuck?
what?
Um, so apparently there was this girl who had basically sat there and just put her own hands around her throat for ages so it was red, and then went to a teacher and said that I strangled her, but I was nowhere near her in the playground that day.
What the actual fuck?
So
That is actual
yeah,
sociopath behavior. What the actual fuck?
yeah, I had to have a meeting with my teacher and my parents. And my dad, he went off at them because he was like, she would not do that because I'm not that kind of person. I will not strangle someone.
Not strangle someone and not finish the job.
Exactly. Like, if I'm doing it, I'm going for the kill.
Yeah, yeah, if I, like,
Um,
oh god, it reminds me of when I almost got fucking sent to juvie when I was in primary school.
what?
Yeah. Like literally, okay. So when I was in primary school, they did a thing where, I mean, it was functionally just show and tell, right? But
Yeah.
like honestly, it was a kind of a scummy school, so I think it was a thing of like, hey, whose family is rich, so we can like, beg them for donations, right?
Yeah.
And one kid, his dad was some sort of like decently rich businessman kind of thing, and fucking brought his dad's Rolex into school without permission, mind you. He stole it. Right?
Right.
He stole it to bring it in and be like, oh, my dad's an intercontinental businessman. This is his Rolex he got from his job. And it's like, it was like engraved with like, oh, to so and so for so and so many years of blah 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 blah, blah, right?
Yeah.
And like, we're kids, like less than 10, right? Do not
Right.
give a shit. Do not give a shit. And like I'm going about my day, and I'm like, this guy is like my friend, not friend adjacent, and I go about my day, and I'm like, okay, all right, weird, all right, but okay. End of day happens. I'm going to the fucking lockers that they had us put our book bags in, and I'm just like, and like a fucking teacher comes up behind me. How's Dholecember going? The thing that I want to play with May is broken, so we're reinstalling that and talking about how shit England is. Yeah, so, and the teacher comes up and taps me on the back. It's not like just like my teacher. This is like the head teacher. I don't know if like they still have that, where it's just like one teacher who basically like is functionally a dean.
Yeah, that we do. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're like, hey, come with me. And I go, and this very grumpy looking old guy and the kid are sitting in the head teacher's office, and is just like, and they're just like, so I'm told that you stole this man's Rolex. And I'm like, I'm fucking sorry, what?
What?
Like, and I'm crying because I'm like, I'm a child. I don't know. All I know is it's like super expensive, and that you go to fucking, yes, we're looking to get Peter Griffin. I'm just like, fuck, I don't know what to do. I didn't do it. And they're like, well, you have to prove you didn't take it. And I'm like, well, how do I prove a negative? I didn't take it. Like, they wanted like me to Phoenix write it and be like, prove you didn't do it and tell us who did it, right? And like it got to the point where they had called the cops. The fucking cop like had like fucking kid-sized handcuffs and was like, all right, kid, like you don't hand it over, you're going to juvie. And fucking like they were like writing up police reports, like actual shit. Right? This man's wanted to press charges because fucking like his Rolex and everything. And then eventually my nan comes in, 'cause my nan, bless her fucking soul, started working at the school because I was getting bullied for being, a little gay. Except, I didn't know that was the reason yet, Like, I had been clocked, like, long before I even fucking knew. And my nan went, hey, so, I'm friends with the, guy who runs the security cameras. You're gonna want to see something. And she puts a fucking VHS tape on the fucking desk. And
Mm.
it turns out they'd found the Rolex in my locker. They never told me this, by the way. They never told me, like, where they'd already found it and recovered it. Right? And another kid, for some reason, had used, so the lockers had, like, gaps on the front that were pretty big. Had used, like a coat hanger wire to fucking fish out the Rolex from the other kid's locker and then drop it in mine. And then, once enough time had passed, gone to the fucking thing and been like, oh, I saw so-and-so steal the Rolex. Like, as they, as they were looking at it. Like, basically, the kid had, like, said, like, oh, no, the Rolex is gone, help me find it, someone stole it, blah, 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 right? And, they had it on fucking, security camera of him fishing it out and then dropping it in my locker. I was absolutely fucking sobbing. Because, like, this guy wanted to fucking have me sent to what I thought was jail.
Yeah.
For no reason. I didn't even know this kid. Like, I was tangentially friends with the kid whose Rolex it was. But, like, this other kid, I did not know at all. Never fucking met him. Like, who the fuck ever heard of innocent until proven guilty? Not the British school system or the British justice system at all. Like, England has, like, the worst fucking habit of going, like, hey, so this person is very clearly innocent of this crime, but we don't have anyone else we can pin it on. Put him away anyway.
I just desk.
Huh?
I just punched my desk.
Oh, no.
I've just found out that I have almost 400 hours in Fortnite.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I don't know when I got so. Actually, no, that's a lie. I know when I got so many hours, and it was when I dated someone who basically the only game that we mutually liked was Fortnite.
Oh, shit.
It was like that and fucking Paladins, and I didn't really like Paladins.
Yeah. Paladins isn't great, it's just like discount Overwatch.
That's what I was saying. Because at the time, like, Overwatch was like a paid game, so I said that it was just the free version of Overwatch.
Yeah. And now Overwatch 2 is free, but also Overwatch sucks, so whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, for the Americans in the chat, yeah, in British court, your lawyer can be as good as possible. Your lawyer can basically get it to the point where it's like, no, there is no physical way that you could have done it. You were fucking unconscious in Switzerland, fucking when this crime happened. There's no way. But if they don't have someone who they can pin it on, better, like, you will still go to prison.
Yeah.
Like,
or like, if they think you're guilty, and they take you to court, even if you're proven innocent, everyone will still see you as guilty.
yeah. Also
We
that,
had
yeah.
in criminology, I did a fucking thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this guy who had been arrested and sent to jail for a crime that he did not commit. Years later, it was found that he didn't commit it, and
Yeah.
he got released. But like, he had a hard time finding a job or like getting back into normalcy into life because everyone still saw him as the person who committed the crime, even though they found who actually committed the crime. Because I think it was either like some rape or something. Because obviously, like, it's a crime that people will not look at you the same for. Like, if it was just theft, no one really cares that much.
Again,
But if it's a crime against another person, everyone will look at you very differently.
also, British newspapers aren't required to print retractions.
So
like,
there was actually a whole issue with a newspaper. There was an incident because we were looking at the issues with like police, right?
Yeah.
And obviously minus the racism and all the shit that they have. We were looking at I can't remember what exactly the football place was, but it was there was a bunch of trampling because the police had let too many people in. Therefore, there was actually many deaths because people were suffocating because they were crammed in.
Oh,
yeah,
God,
and then the police didn't call the ambulances quick enough. Therefore, so many lives that could have been saved were like taken. But yeah, so a newspaper, because the police didn't record it properly because they're like, we don't want this pinned on us.
Of course they
We're
did,
just not going to say that we let too many people in. And so when they did their actual report on it, they said that there was drunken fights that happened, and that's why people were dying. Yeah, and it went into a newspaper. That newspaper is no longer allowed to be printed in the area that happened because it was pinned on innocent lives. Like, yeah, people were drunk. It was a football match.
Yeah.
Like in England, it's very common to get pissed off your head when you're at a football match.
Yeah, but like fucking like
But-
most British people are like they are hardy enough that like yeah no like fucking you're not going like fucking like that's not a mitigating factor. Like it's still the cops
Yeah.
did it wrong. Yeah. Like if
Yeah,
it was
so,
America,
yeah,
then yeah,
that-
because Americans get violent when they're drunk, like a lot more than British people do.
Yeah. So those newspapers will no longer be printed in that area because otherwise, like, because the newspaper put out what the police had said, being like, oh well, drunken fights got out of hand, and they were outraged because it wasn't them, it was the police's fault, and the constable in charge of that actually like got sued for it. And he lost his job, and I think he almost went to prison.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he like yeah, so that newspaper just will not be printed there because there's, I think it was the Sun or something like that. It was
Yeah.
like a mainstream newspaper that printed it, and yeah, they
Meanwhile, in America, I don't think this is across the board, but and like there are some newspapers that will like basically maliciously comply with this. But if you go to prison and you're found out that like no, you didn't do it, like it's proven, the newspaper is required to add a retraction to the initial article. Now that is a problem because like if someone like doesn't go back to that article and be like, oh hey, what's going on with this guy? Fucking then like you kind of have to be like no, that was retracted and like you have to get them to go look. But at the very least, like you have like a thing of like, hey, this story is not correct. It was not John Smith. It was actually Joe Smith who did this murder. Like John Smith is still going to have that thing of like, oh, wasn't you? Hey, like you'll have the public perception thing of like, weren't you the guy who fucking murdered his wife with a golf trophy? But then at the very least, you can then go, no, that wasn't me. Here, there's a retraction. Like you could like, it's still like people are going to have negative opinions of you, but that's just unfortunately human nature. But at least in America, the retraction stuff is more or less required in most states. Like some places will make the retraction very, very hard to fucking find, but they'll still do it.
Yeah.
Oh boy, fucking man. England sucks. I'm sorry, May. Like I have so many good memories of when I was a kid, but the more I think back at it, I'm like, wow, that's actually kind of fucked up.
Yeah, and it's like it doesn't get any better.
Yeah.
Like, because I know maybe it's not as bad, but like, so a lot of men, especially in England that I've met, I will be having an intellectual conversation with them about why I do not like Rishi Sunak.
Yeah.
And obviously we got into the topic of trans people being quote-unquote predatory according to those Karens. And what happened was, like, I turned around and he was like, oh, well, if a man was, like, pretending to be trans to go into the women's toilets to, like, rape someone, I turned around and was like, man's gonna do that anywhere.
Yeah,
He was like, no, he's not. I was like, yeah, he is. And he was like, well, how did he get away with that? I was like, because, like, if you want to believe it or not, we are still in a male-dominated society. Maybe not as much as when they were kids, but it's still very much male-dominated.
Yeah.
And therefore, if a man wants to go into a woman's toilet to assault her, he will.
There's also the fact that like random rape is very, very difficult to prosecute, because if it's just random, if it's completely random, like someone just goes in the bathroom and just lurks, you're not catching them. You're not catching them. I'm sorry. Like statistically, you don't. Like the main reason we catch like rapists and murderers and shit is because most people like do that stuff to people that they at least tangentially know. So when the cops look into it, they can be like, "Hey, this guy's been kind of creepy. Let's go have a look at him real quick." Versus like if it's just random bathroom lurker, like fucking if the crime is completely random, the cops aren't gonna find it. Like fucking, I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but like I was talking about it, and most men that I talk to it about just laugh because I'm like, no, we are still in a male-dominated society, and they just refuse to believe it.
Yeah. Because they've been
No,
fucking they've been radicalized by shit like fucking by fucking Carl Benjamin, Tommy Tommy Robinson and fucking Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, if you have enough people with enough fancy sounding names and enough like fucking made up as they are qualifications, like saying, well, actually, you see, we're in a female dominated society. Fucking, you have them say that enough times, like the dipshits among them are gonna believe it. Like, cause, well, this guy has this qualification, ignoring the fact that he's using it maliciously, or that qualification doesn't actually mean dog shit.
And it's like, so,
Back.
yeah, maybe things have changed from when they were a kid, but, like, that doesn't mean we're not still in a male-dominant society. Like,
Yeah.
Like, female football players, they are having to do second jobs because the football doesn't pay them enough.
Yeah.
But, like, male football players probably get one football player will get paid more than an entire women's team in themselves.
Yeah.
Like, and I was like I kind of got fucked by the sporting scene because I did rugby, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love doing rugby, but I went from the under like 15s or something to the under 18s at one point, and all of a sudden I was expected to know like what position to play and everything. We hadn't been taught that. Whereas I see the like under 12s being taught that, the male team. And it's like, I quit because I was like, I'm not gonna keep playing rugby if I'm not being taught any of this shit.
Yeah, no, like, it's fucking so fucking stupid. Fun fact that I learned a few years ago from once again, from my nan, because my nan, surprisingly based, had a lot of lesbian friends. Almost, like, there are more lesbians on benefits than not, because women get paid less. In England,
Yeah.
like way more. Like the wage gap in America is like on average 70 cents to the dollar, right, for women. For like fucking in England it's worse.
Oh yeah.
And it's like something like, was it like 60 pence to a pound or something like that, or 50 pence to a pound, some shit like that. Something silly. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, and it's like, say if I wanted to go into like a programming job, men can get money off that and live very comfortably if they get like higher up.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't be able to do as much. And like, people are like, oh well, if you take in fact of maternity leave, what if I don't want kids?
Yeah.
Like, I may not take maternity leave because I may just never have a fucking child.
So there's a study on this, by the way, that's actually really fun. So you want to know why women get paid less?
Why?
Because women. So first off, like a lot of employers just anticipate. Like, even if, by the way, even if this person is a trans woman or is like a lesbian and like it is known that they are a lesbian, the question of, well, what if they want kids comes up. And so they so they lower the wage because, like, well, I'm going to have to worry about maternity leave and covering them, so I'm going to, like, basically save that money. Even if it's a fucking person that is completely incapable of carrying a child like a trans woman, because technically trans women in some states qualify for maternity leave, which is, I mean, one, really based, but also, like, I guess weirdly forward-thinking? I guess, like, womb transplants? Whatever, who cares? But also, they lowball women way more than they do men, because women are considered more demure and willing to put up with less, right? So they will lowball the woman, so the woman has to argue harder to get higher, versus men, they will assume men will argue for a higher salary, so they'll start them higher, despite the fact that statistically, most men, give them enough money that they're able to fucking, like, get the basic necessities, they'll be fine, right? Like, be like, hey, yo, like, I'll give you enough money that you can get, like, some beers and, like, you can live, like, decently comfortably in your fucking, one-bedroom apartment that's got a, cardboard box with a TV on it and a PlayStation. Fucking, like, fund your male living space. Fucking, meanwhile, women, though, like, a lot of times, like, they want more, especially because of the societal pressures on women to look pretty. So, a man will buy like one set of like clothes for work or whatever, and he'll just wear them whatever, and then wash them at the end of the week, and fucking that's why a lot of men fucking stink. And women, right? Women are not permitted to do that. Woman needs to wear like a different outfit every day. She's got to do her makeup. She's got to smell nice. She's got to do that, because if a woman like doesn't keep up appearances in a job, that also negatively impacts her, and that can get her negative bias for promotions and such. Like if a manager is looking at two people, a woman who is basically living in r/male living spaces, you know, like she's been wearing the same jeans
Yeah.
and a t-shirt, she's not wearing makeup, etc. She's basically just like vibing, doing the minimum. Like, and then you have a man who's doing the exact same. Fucking like the man will still get it because despite the fact that they're both kind of icky. They're both kind of icky. They're putting in the bare minimum. They're not taking care of themselves, and like, hygiene is an issue. The woman is expected to dress nice, do her makeup, be polite, be demure, and fucking like look pretty, even if it's not a customer-facing job. So like, you have to put all that extra money that you're not fucking getting because you're getting lowballed because it's assumed that you need less. How
Yeah.
fucking insane is that?
It's a wild.
You wanna know a funny thing too? So I've been applying for jobs that that are like basically wheelchair friendly, right? And they're all jobs that I would have applied to like before I came out, right? I have had to go. So my resume has my actual name on it now, right? Because like I mean I haven't legally changed it. You don't have to put your legal name on a resume. I found out in America, so that's fun. I had to lower my salary projections to even get a call.
Oh my god.
These same salary projections that worked just fine before I came out and like I would basically I would put in my resume and I would get like multiple calls and be like fucking call like basically like I would like every time I put in job interviews I would need to take like a day off to fucking just wait at the phone because they would just come in and I'd be able to get these phone interviews knocked out. Now that I'm out and like my salary projection is maybe like you know is like the minimum at where I need it to exist. Fucking, they're like, no, it's too high. Fuck you.
Do you know what? Another thing that sucks is actually trying to get fucking disability-friendly jobs. Because, like, so where I'm doing my work experience, I'm probably going to struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
Because, obviously, I have a lot of chronic pain. Like, I know it's not as bad as yours, but, like,
Yeah,
I
you can
still
walk,
get a lot
yeah.
of chronic pain. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it is so bad I'm just cold in bed and I cannot get up because
Yeah.
I cannot breathe or move my legs.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
So, but with my work experience that I'm doing, I am having to walk a good 12 minutes, which, like, yeah, probably doesn't sound like much to an able being to do that, but if I'm having a bad chronic pain day, I'm fucked.
I can't do that on a good day. I
Yeah,
can
but, like-
barely walk like 30 feet without being sore.
Yeah, but, like, so that's something I'm so worried about because, yeah, I can get the bus and I can get the bus to the high street, but where this job isn't on the high street and there's no buses that go past.
Jeez.
So I'm forced to walk that 12 minutes. And, like, okay, maybe in the morning say I'm fine,
Yeah.
but then being at a desk all day, like 9:30 till 5, I'm sat there all day. When I'm stressed, my chronic pain's a little bit worse, so probably with work experience, I'm going to be stressed.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I'm going to have to walk back to the bus stop in December where it's cold, where it makes my chronic pain even worse because it's cold.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to walk to the bus stop, try and wait for the bus without throwing up from pain, and then I have to walk from the bus stop to my house. Like, I really want a remote job, like
Yeah.
one that I can just do at home, but
Yeah.
they're very far and few, especially in the UK.
Oh, it's also with
Like,
also
maybe-
with COVID. Fucking because of COVID basically made remote working cool. Most of them are being taken up by able-bodied people, and employers are specifically looking for able-bodied people to do the remote work because someone who's got chronic pain, they wake up one day and they're like, "Ah, shit, ah, fuck, I can't even get myself to my desk." They gotta call off. An able-bodied person's not gonna have to do that.
See, that's why I'm really lucky that, like, my chair is not even a full step from my bed.
Yeah.
And push comes to shove, like, I could probably do most remote work from my bed anywhere.
But like that's not professional, you know?
Yeah. But no, like, my chronic pain became a big issue in college because I was really stressed because college defined my entire life,
Yeah.
right? And it has, like, I'm now completely stunted in my educational growth because I did not get the grades I needed.
Ooh. Fucking
Yeah,
mood
like
also.
see, I passed one of my college courses and failed the other two because I cannot do tests.
Yeah.
Like, I can't do standardized tests. But if you ask me about half of the things that I had to do on those tests now, I can do them.
Yeah.
Like, I can answer. Because, like, I will talk all the time about memory errors, which is something that we had to write about in the exam, but my mind blanked in the exam. I can talk about criminology. The only one I'd probably struggle with a little bit more is sociology,
Yeah.
but I am also kind of like, so my teacher said that she actually thought I was going to do really well because I am naturally sociologically thinking,
Yeah.
and that's because I have like educated myself on the world.
Yeah.
like
I mean, like, that's the main issue with, like, colleges, is that, like, standardized testing is a nightmare. So, I'm literally in the same boat. Like, my education got stunted, so I was supposed to graduate college with an AA plus a certification in IT. So I could go on to do an IT job, which is something I could super easily do. Like, I'd be a little limited in, like, I wouldn't be able to lift a lot of shit, which is fine. But, when COVID hit, they removed the practical part of the exam. Before COVID, if you passed the practical but didn't do so hot on the written part, it's like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Most IT workers are fucking neurodivergent anyway, so like, fucking they recognize, right? COVID hit, they couldn't do the practical because you wouldn't be able to, like, basically the practical was, right, here's a bunch of computer parts. Put a computer together. We're gonna hand it off to a proctor. Proctor is gonna run it, make sure it works. Cool. Proctor is going to break it. Proctor's gonna give it back to you. Fix it.
yeah.
I could do that. I could do that like non-fucking, like no fucking shot. But then the practical was math and a little bit of like networking, like hypotheticals, like, oh, so and so has this router and they want to connect to this, blah, blah, like bullshit, right? They removed the practical and they added math.
Oh my god.
Like, there's a standardized test on fucking like math that's tangentially related to IT. I completely fucking biffed it because one, I've got dyscalculia, and two, I do not do well with tests.
So, I did my my GCSEs during COVID, right?
Yeah.
This was something I was talking about the other day about I was talking about it on stream about memory errors, and one of them is like situational or environmental. I can't remember exactly what the proper name of it is, but it basically states that if you are in a different place than where you learned the information, you will have memory errors and you cannot recall the information properly.
Yeah.
So I did all of my exams in my classrooms, right?
Yeah.
They left the boards up, but I didn't look at them because I don't see point in cheating, because if I needed a specific grade to get into college, I would then struggle if I cheated.
Yeah.
So I didn't see point in cheating. So I did really well in my GCSEs. Like, I say really well. I got like C's and B's, which
That's
is pretty
still
good
that's
for
still fine.
divergent.
Yeah.
Like, the education system is set for neurodivergence to fail, basically.
It is, yeah, no, like they don't want us to exist. They'd rather we just fuck because we don't conform.
So yeah, I got pretty decent grades in GCSEs. Then came around college. The only exam I passed was where 50% of the grade was based on an internally marked exam. It was an open book, so it was everything that we'd wrote down in classes. We weren't allowed any information sheets or anything that they printed out, but we were allowed just our work. So I did really well on that. I got like B's and C's, right, on both of them, because there were 2 of them over the 2-year course.
Yeah.
But all of my other ones that were just standardized tests, I failed.
Hmm.
And it's because I didn't have any like work with me, and I was in a completely different like situation to in which I learned. So I could not remember anything.
Yeah, I'm at 94% on Fortnite, by the way.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like there was it was like an actual study done about scuba divers. They were asked to recite a piece of information, and there was 4 different like environments that they did it in. As in like environment 1 was 1 above the water when they learnt it and then tried to recite it underwater. 1 underwater when they learnt it, tried to recite it above land, and then both above land and both underwater. They found that the scuba divers were more able to like recite the information when they were in the same environment in which they learned.
Yeah.
Which I still find it so weird that they don't like there's studies on this, and they're still making us do things that will make it so we won't remember.
So here's a fun thing that there's actually a solution for this. I don't know if you learned it. Mind palace theory.
What is that exactly?
So by the way, I'm not a psychologist. I just fucking read a lot about it. The mind palace. So what you're saying, yeah, is true. Yeah. So you recall knowledge better when you're in an environment similar to how you learned it. That's why practical learning is always better than classroom learning.
Yeah.
Mind palace theory says that so the reason that is there's two types of memory. There's autobiographical memory, and then there's fuck, I don't remember. Is it referential memory? I think it's something else. I don't remember. But when you're in a classroom setting, they're putting things into your referential memory. Referential memory is dog shit when you're under pressure. It's actually really bad. Autobiographical memory is you basically being able to like relive a moment in a memory, like just like boom, oh, I know the way down to the chip shop. I go down that way, I take a left, I go to that, because like you've walked it, so you know the direction. Mind palace theory is basically taking stuff from your reference memory and putting it in your autobiographical memory by basically creating like a what's called a mind palace. Basically using the same part of your brain that can memorize like okay, if I want to go to the chip shop and go this way, use that to basically make paths in your brain that go to the referential memory. To basically like make connections to objects. So say it's like you're in a classroom and learning how to put together a put together like a motherboard, right? It's like you instead of going like, okay, so like tab 3 goes to fucking pin 4, etc., etc. Instead, it's just like, okay, so this I grab this and I put this exactly here, and I put this basically like turn reference material into directions, because our brains are really, really good at like taking something that we've practically done and storing it away for later. Because if we physically do something, our brain is like, oh, I'm probably gonna have to do this again. If we were just told how to do something with no like hands-on ability to actually do it, our brains were like, well, okay, well, I guess I know how to do that. I'll bring it back later if I need it. Your brain is not gonna do that. Your brain is gonna fucking struggle. And it's part of what you said. It's like environment matters. Because if you're learning it in that classroom, your brain is now associating that classroom with that information. Like,
well, there was another study done, which does help slightly. And my GCSE maths teacher helped a lot, like used it a lot.
Yeah.
So it's like, say if you ate like a certain sweet in a classroom, right?
Yeah.
If you ate the same sweet in the exam, you're more likely to remember it. So what my
teacher
did,
yeah. That's it. That's the same theory. Sorry, I'm just really bad at explaining it because I'm not a.
So she had do you know refreshers?
Yeah.
She had like incense of them.
Mm-hmm.
And before our exams, she'd give us all a few refreshers.
Yeah.
And I did better in my maths than I did probably any other exam.
Yeah.
In my mocks, because that was the only time I did it in an actual standardized testing setting. So I did better because she did that, but like in other classrooms it's not as easy because the teachers don't let you eat.
Yeah.
So it's not like I could just get away with that in
yeah. I mean there's precedent for this as I've seen. I used to know a guy who would so he had 2 pairs of glasses. He had one pair that was like a standard boring pair, and another pair that's really thin. His everyday glasses were like really thin, like wireframe things, and the other ones are these big blocky things. Like basically, like if he was wearing them, there's no way he wasn't seeing them in his periphery the whole time and having a frame around his vision. Anytime he was learning information, he would anytime like a class was happening, he'd take off his wireframe glasses and put on these big blocky fucking like Poindexter glasses. Like fuck, give himself a fucking heads-up display, and then once the learning was done, take them off, put the wireframes on, and during tests, during tests, do the same thing. Put on these glasses that actively fucking like put themselves in his vision, and like, his thing was like, oh, they're my lucky glasses. It's like fucking every time I'm wearing them, I feel like I pick up information better. And my thought is because his brain is registering, the heads-up display is on. It's got better access to that part of things. Like basically he's made it autobiographical memory. You know?
Yeah.
Which is like, you know, like the brain associates this information with that like vision impairment. Like
God. I
that's
think we need to get rid of standardized testing.
we do. We need to get rid of. I'm gonna be honest. We need to get rid of the whole fucking education system. The whole education system as it exists does not exist to make functional members of society. It exists to make drones. It always
Well, I was
has.
talking about like, you know, one of the big issues of the educational system of you don't get taught practical things in life.
No,
Like, I don't know how to get a mortgage or
I don't know how to do
pay for
taxes.
my first house. See, I'm lucky because in the UK, your taxes just automatically come out of your paycheck. You don't
Oh,
actually
that'd be
have to file
fucking
your taxes.
nice. Jesus.
That's as far as I've heard. I think that's what my dad told me.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Duo told me actually, and I know he's someone who pays his taxes.
I'm just glad that I'm so broke I don't actually qualify for taxes.
Yeah, but it's like that's what like you don't get taught practical things,
No.
and it's so problematic because I
still don't know how
need
credit
to
scores
know.
work.
Yeah, me neither. How'd
How
you
the
build one
fuck?
up?
Yeah, fucking like I get an email from Credit Karma every couple of months. Is like your score went up, your score went down, your score is the same. I'm like, cool. How does it work? Secret.
Like, does it only count with credit cards? Like, or does it work with debit cards too? Because I have a debit card. I don't actually own a credit card.
I don't think it
because-
works with debit cards. I think it only works with credit cards. And it works with credit cards. It works with it works with credit cards. It works with student loans. So yeah, my parents might actually tank my credit score with this because they're trying to get me to fucking pay for the loans that they're on the hook for. So that's fun. And also, believe it or not, PayPal Pay in 4. PayPal Pay in 4 counts towards your credit, which is really fucking weird. Like, I've been buying shit on PayPal Pay in 4 for like Christmas, and it's actually made my credit score go up because I've been making the payments.
Yeah.
Like, that is actually kind of nutty. I did not realize it because I thought it was just like, okay, PayPal is just like, okay, I'll owe you like this money like in the next like week or month or so. No, it's an actual fucking loan. It's just so small that you get auto accept and they don't check your credit for it.
Yeah. It's like it's so weird because like I don't want a credit card
Me
because
either.
like I like having my debit card because I can only spend what's in my card.
I
Unless I do have an overdraft, right? Like, everyone, like, I don't,
Yeah.
not every bank does it, but I know mine does. Mine can have, like,
Hang on a second. Sai's asking me a thing. What? It does, yeah. PayPal Pay in 4 counts towards your credit. So that's actually why my credit score's been going up. 'Cause I've been buying a lot of our Christmas presents with PayPal Pay in 4. Yeah. Well. Yeah, but like also I'm brokey and I get paid like fucking once on the 1st and then once on the 15th. Love you. I'm being crushed. I'm being crushed. Love you. You had a good day at work.
Like I said, it was so slow that they sent me home early.
Alright. Oh, what do you want for dinner, by the way? You just want tacos? I want tacos. No, you get whatever you want. If you want, there's something in the fridge you want. We'll get something else. What's your tongue?
Tell me.
Go pet your boy. He's been missing you. He fucking woke me up. Dickhead. Okay. I'm back in fort. So let's see if I can actually fucking. Sorry, May. I didn't mean to cut you off. Just Sai came in.
that's okay.
Okay, what were we talking about? Something about credit score?
Credit cards and debit
Credit card,
cards.
yeah.
'Cause, like, yeah, I don't have the need for a, like, credit card because, like, I know if I'm paying with my debit, I can pay with
Yeah.
what I have.
Yeah, like if I had a credit card, like fucking, like I don't know if I'm gonna have that money like at the end of the month. Fucking no, like
Exactly.
I know I have it now.
Yeah. And it's like, it's so weird that your credit card, like your credit score, is like mortgages. Like that's what your mortgages are usually based on.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't have a credit card. I don't wish for one.
Yeah.
I just have debit cards and like I have a an ISA account or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't have anything that would actually add to my credit score because I don't use PayPal Pay in Full because I just like I usually have the money there and then, so
Yeah.
I will want to pay for it all there.
Yeah. Like, I only use it if it's, like, I know I'll have the money, like, because my Twitch payouts come on the 15th, and then I get Patreon on the 1st, you know? So it's, like, if I have the first chunk of it, like, if I have, like, at least half, and then, like,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, like, I'll have the rest of this, like, when Twitch hits. Okay, I'll just get this now, and then, like, the rest of it will come out when Twitch does.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I feel like our society just wants you to be in debt. Like, it really does feel like that.
Literally. Because it's like, I have no intention ever of getting a credit card, but I know that I'm going to have to if I want to be able to have a credit score, but I don't have the need for one. And it's so stupid that I may not be able to get a mortgage when I'm older because I don't have a credit score whatsoever.
Yeah. Like, I honestly feel like when it comes to renting, like, I feel like a little bit of an albatross because my credit score right now is good, but, like,
Yeah.
as I get older, like, it's, like, because I don't believe in credit cards and I don't want one, like, it's like, oh, well, like, I need to get this apartment, or I need to do this, or I need to do that. Like, me and Sai are gonna go in for it together, of course, because, you know, we're partners and all that, and fucking, it's like, you know, you kind of have to have your partner on the lease.
Yeah.
Like, they're gonna look at Sai's credit score and be like, oh, that's very good, you pay your shit, you're good, alright, and they look at me and they're like, you don't own a credit card, what are you, the Unabomber?
Yeah.
Like, it's actually happened to us, actually. Remember the house in Florida that, like, we really liked, and they looked at my credit score and were like, oh, this is the Unabomber. The one that, like, complained about Tetra because they thought she'd tear up the mesh. Yeah. What's up? Okay. Lovely. No, yes, to my fort. What the fuck?
What? Oh, did you
Never
get kicked
guess
again?
You'll never guess what happened.
Issue with your files again?
Fucking, dude, errors in your installation. Please verify reinstall Fortnite is correct. Fuck, I don't think this is happening, May.
Is there a way to actually verify the files instead of just uninstalling it and
Yes,
reinstalling it?
yeah,
Like
there's
with
actually a
Steam?
verify option. Yeah, I did it.
Oh,
Like,
that's weird.
the only thing I can think of is, like, maybe because it's on my D drive instead of my C drive?
I don't know,
But, like,
because I know I have mine on my E drive.
yeah. I'm gonna just uninstall it and I'll try it another time. That's really frustrating. I'm sorry, May.
It's okay.
Okay. Like, I'm just gonna, like, next time I'm just gonna uninstall it and I'm gonna reinstall it on, like, my fucking C drive at some point. Ah, that's so fucking frustrating. Like, maybe, like, I don't fucking understand, dog.
I don't know. Because I've never had this issue with Fortnite.
Yeah, like, fucking just out and out, like, and it's only happening to me, too, so, like, what the actual fuck's going on? Like, I just want to play Fort. Okay, Linen's, getting ready to come and do, the art reward for the Dholecember, so I guess that's maybe for the best. I could play RimWorld. You wanna sit with me while I play RimWorld, or you wanna head out?
No, I should probably go to sleep because I
Yeah,
have to be up at 8 in the
go
morning.
to
Oh,
go to
that's a
go
good
to
point. I need
bread.
to set my alarms.
Go to bread.
Yes, I hope the rest of the stream goes well though.
It will. I mean, I've only got like 3 hours unless someone dumps another big fucking sub bomb. So, like, I don't think I'm gonna be going for fucking another 48 hours. I would like to, because that's money, but fucking also getting that like nice uninterrupted 5 hours of sleep was actually a little nice.
Come on, Someone needs to gift me a sub because I don't have a sub to live and I'm broke.
Yeah,
I
but
hate it because it's like I want to support my friends, but
yeah,
I'm literally living off of job seekers' income.
yeah.
Holland came sprinting in from the other room, jumped onto his cat tree, and knocked it over.
Jesus, he's getting fat. And Kubi, if you want to be tempted, all right, get tempted because let's be honest. While fucking my eyes still have hella bags. Fucking we have absolutely annihilated the fucking goal, and like anything more goes towards getting a cute fucking Christmassy fucking centerfold commission. Although, seeing as I just realized that Twitch won't actually pay out until the 15th of January, maybe I might do another holiday instead.
Could do like a you could do like a spring kind of thing.
Ooh,
Yay! I got a
let's
sub.
go!
Thank
Yeah, like a spring.
you.
Oh, that'd be super cute. Oh shit.
Liv,
Because
when are we gonna get out
I have
together?
multiple Halloween pinups. Have you seen them?
Mm, no.
I'm going to share them. I can't share them with chat because they're spicy. But
Yeah,
so here's
that's
one
fine.
that's specifically specifically Halloween themed, and here's one that's just vaguely fall.
It's really funny that I've never commissioned any art for myself, right?
Yeah.
But I have so much art. Like my friend is commissioning the second NSFW art for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I just get them as gifts. Oh wait, I've seen the one with blood on
The
it, the
vampire
heart
one,
one.
yeah,
Yeah, I haven't seen the other one though. That one's so cute.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we need to get art together.
Yeah, we do. I've not gotten a lot of. I don't get a lot of fan art, but I think that's just because like furry.
Yeah.
I
See,
need
like
I need to like pander to the furry community more. Like right now, like a lot of my fans are anime fans. They're not comfortable with the
the thing is, as
with
well as I think
fluffies.
it is a lot hard to find an artist because some artists will just not draw furries. Like
Yeah,
I want that's basically because that's just because I can't do the autonomy of it
yeah,
because I'm still learning drawing, so I'm more comfortable with doing humans with animalistic features.
yeah.
Um, but like I want to learn to draw more art. Wait, let me quickly show you the pieces. Did I show you them? I don't think I did. I'm
I think you
currently
have.
working on two pieces. Um, I'm drawing a little fairy girl. Um, that's the fairy when it sends. Um, hurry up and send. Jesus Christ, Discord. So yeah, that's the fairy one that I'm working on.
Oh, that's cute. I like
And
the
I've
color
been
scheme.
playing. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Lethal Company recently.
Hmm.
My friend keeps dying to facehuggers, so I've done a drawing of me carrying her lifeless body back. That we got sent.
Oh, I love
Um,
that.
yeah.
I've been
Um,
tempted to get into Lethal Company, but it's very spooky.
it's not that scary.
Hmm.
Like, I am an absolute bitch when it comes to horror games, right? I'm an absolute pussy.
Hmm.
But I don't find it that scary. Maybe if I was like playing it alone, but if you have friends, it's completely fine.
Yeah.
Um,
May, here's my colony.
mhm.
I have so much food that my fridge is completely full and cannot hold anymore. I'm actually having my cook just cook as much of it as they can into non-perishable meals so we could put it in the pantry instead.
Yeah.
Do I still want it? Hell yeah, Shooty. We got our psychopath doctor who can cure literally any wound. Our bisexual nudist with a laser gun. Shooty needs no introduction. Our prostitute cook. And a cult child who is no longer a cult child, now they're a colonist. And also, her dad fell out of the sky, and now he's in the med bay, and I'm wondering what's gonna happen with that.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm very much not sure what I want to do here.
I was actually gonna do like a subathon or something, right? And I was talking to my dad about it.
Yeah.
And he shouted at me.
Really?
He told me that I need to get a job.
Man,
Because
sure wish it was that easy. Fuck.
like I was gonna do it around my 1 year anniversary, but because I was like, oh, like 1 year on Twitch, like I'll do like a subathon for it. But I got told that I need to get a job instead.
That's oh my god.
Cause like, I mean, if you think about it realistically, Twitch kind of is a job. Like, I don't get paid enough for it to be classed as a proper job.
No, like,
But like, it's still an income nonetheless.
yeah, like fucking actually need to get like fucking actually like deserves. Oh my god, I've got no room in my fucking. I need to make a storage shed too. Fuck. Ah, fuck. I'm sorry. I am listening and I am like paying attention.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
But yeah, no. It's like, I don't know, like, cause like all I do is stream at the moment, right? I go to
Yeah.
my weekly job center meetings, because I have to.
Yeah.
But it's like this is the only money I can actually make
Yeah.
because I just it's not as easy for me to get a job because like there's so many jobs, right? But I can't apply to like half of them because they would require me to be traveling like 3 hours a day, like that
Yeah.
and back.
Yeah, like I'm very much in the same boat. It's actually kind of a fucking nightmare.
It is. And it's like I live in such a small fuck off town that there isn't really that many like actual fucking what's it called, like workplaces near me because I'm looking to do an apprenticeship so that I can get a degree out of it and hopefully go to uni.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's a bit hard when you
Way
have
to
no
Kubi.
qualifications.
Yeah, no, like believe me, I am very much like I understand. Like fuck. Do I need to put lights in my storage shed?
Probably not. I never do.
Yeah.
'Cause it's
Wondering
like
if
with
I
any work
need.
that is something general.
Yeah. Oh, I should probably build a fucking crematorium.
Oh, I never
Fucking-
do that. I just have my graveyard of where I just put every dead body in the graves.
Yeah, it's very annoying. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna put it outside. Fucking look, fucking like you come to raid me. Fuck, we got one open grave for you, motherfucker. But also you're probably going into the forever box.
The forever box.
I forget to adjust the timer. I did not. Did the timer not do enough? It looked like it did. It's 6. 6 times 4 is 24. Yeah, that was 24 minutes. I'm pretty sure. Fairly certain those 24 minutes got added. Yeah.
And I did my Donathon on YouTube back in February of last year.
Yeah.
It was such a nightmare because they're all made for Twitch, which is cool and all.
Yeah.
I had a nightmare trying to find one where I could just add like the minutes without having to like faff on too much.
Yeah. Oh, I should
It was
probably
such
put
a-
a cooler in here so that if I have excess food, I can put it in there. I hope one cooler will be enough for this.
I feel like it probably won't be. I think
I'm gonna make another one. I just put it there. Like I have infinite fucking power, and I'm about to get infinite more because there's a geothermal vent right here, and there's another one like right here. So.
Which storyteller are you playing with?
Randy.
Oh, best one.
I was told, hey, for your first thing, just do Randy, and I'm like, all right, bet.
So there was one time I had Randy, right? And I was doing so well, like we'd come so far. And then I got toxic air an event, which rarely happens. Like it's very rare for it to happen. But
Yeah.
it was at the point where if any of my colonists went outside, they were dying.
Oh boy.
My colonists were having mental breaks because I had to lock them in the kitchen, basically, in the dining area. So they were just opening the door and going outside because they were having mental breaks, and then they were just gunners, and it wiped my run, and I was so sad.
Oh, by the way, my arts and crafts
quite a
room.
few.
My arts and crafts room. Sorry, it just. Did you see what it backs onto?
No.
I didn't realize this at the time. There's an ancient danger behind this wall. And I built my arts and crafts room right next to the devil.
Yeah, I have 74.5 hours in RimWorld.
Oh boy. Yeah, I got my
I was tempted to stream it on Saturday, but I keep doing just between RimWorld and The Sims, and I've decided to go back to AKXolotl instead.
Yeah. I haven't.
That's a wild game.
Yeah. I'm really digging I'm really digging RimWorld, I think. I initially thought like, oh, there's no fucking way I could fuck with this game. This game is too much, but it's like, no, it's actually pretty decent.
Renee got all of the DLCs to RimWorld because I shared my Steam library.
Fuck!
With her. Yeah.
My fucking batteries keep exploding! Randy, stop!
Oh, that's so annoying.
It always happens at night, too.
I had a colony where it was someone who was an arsonist. So they just wouldn't put out the fires from the batteries exploding.
Oh my god.
So there'd be like a bunch of like fire, and it's like 3 of them are trying to put it out because the 4th one's an arsonist and he doesn't want to. I keep getting ones that like chemical warfare, but they have just such good stats that I just cannot mentally get rid of them because they are just so good. So then they get really upset when I won't let them use the chemicals.
Yeah.
I once had someone who was a heroin addict or something like that. So she kept having withdrawals.
Based.
And when she did, she would just attack people. To the point where we had to keep shooting her and downing her to put her in the hospital so that she wouldn't kill any of our colonists.
Absolutely fucking based. Okay, let's see. I need someone to fucking just build.
One mod. I don't know if you have any mods, but one mod that you need. I'll have to find what it's called. But it's literally just a mod that makes you be able to make them forced to research. Like you force them, you can like right click and force them to research because otherwise normal game it doesn't let you.
Yeah.
I can actually send you the when I find it, I'll send you the Steam Workshop. There it is.
Okay. I want to get my hands on the DLCs before I fuck with mods, but I will definitely keep an eye on that.
I'd say get this mod regardless, because it's not like a massive mod. It's not like you're like really fucking with the game. It's literally just one thing, so you can force them to do the research.
Okay.
Like it doesn't add anything other than that.
Okay.
I've fucked with the mods a little bit. I don't actually remember what I have. I'm gonna open up RimWorld just so I can see what mods I have. Because like, there's so much in the game because I have all the DLCs. I have mods. I've not heavily modded it as my friends. It's mostly vanilla plus mods that I have.
Yeah.
Because it just makes it better.
Yeah.
Fucking hurry up, RimWorld. Jesus Christ.
Minor break risk. Fucking stop having a minor break risk. I need you to fucking build this goddamn fucking storage shed.
My favorite thing. So I usually play a mod on stream, right?
Yeah.
And one of my mods, Zudwa, right?
Yeah.
So I'll do like the raffle, so that anyone can like be named after it. Zudwa will always win it, right? Like there's a 90% chance he wins it, right? His character will then die off. So then we'll get a new character and I'll open up the thing again. And then he'll win it again. And we have so many instances of Zudwas. Like, there was a grave of Zudwa, and then there was still one Zudwa alive.
Absolutely. The Zudwa clones.
Homie's getting, like, fucking reincarnated.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, our naked bisexual is also a beastmaster. She has an attack cougar, an attack dog, and an attack turtle.
Oh my god.
So imagine you attack this thing.
Black
Imagine you fucking attack this fucking base, right? And you see, like, a bunch of regular people, and then a fucking, just this naked motherfucker wielding a plasma rifle with a fucking cougar, a dog, and a turtle with a knife in its mouth. Just fucking absolutely wrecks your shit.
So I have RPG-style inventory. The biotech cosmetics kit, vanilla plant expanded, vanilla hair expanded, vanilla furniture expanded, like for power, and then one for farming, and then the normal vanilla furniture, vanilla textures expanded, vanilla apparel expanded, character editor, so you can like make them look however you want. Do your fucking research, which is the one that I sent you. Dragon's genetics, Dragon's descent, and Dragon's descent is probably my favorite one because you can get Draco wolves. Like if you have someone with a high enough like animal, sometimes they will just spawn in with a Draco wolf. And they are the cutest things ever. They can shoot plasma bolts.
Oh, that sounds adorable. I love that.
Yeah, but it can also get your colonists killed. I found that out behind.
Oh. Yeah, friendly fire.
I got it to do the plasma bolt because I'd never seen it, so I just clicked it. It just instantly, like, almost killed one of my colonists.
Oh boy.
It was pretty funny though.
Yeah. Alright, we have our storage shed, and we're about to make it cold, so... He holds up the map. No, I don't think you can. Wait, hang on, do I not have... Why is there... Oh, I need a pillar in the middle of this, don't I? Is someone going to... Is someone gonna do that?
No.
Oh god, alright. Fuck it, yes, we've made our shed with which we'll hold all of our goods. It's climate controlled. Also, there's a skylight.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna head out now because I'm feeling sick again.
Yeah. Go lay down. Go be comfy.
Yeah.
Alright.
But I hope stream goes well. I'll be logging.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later, hopefully when fucking Fortnite works again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have fun.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I like May. May is fun. Okay. So, temperature... So I'm hoping that it will get cold enough in here. Oh wait, I gotta set it like all the way down. Okay, 10 Fahrenheit. There we go. So now it's getting cold in there. It'll be nice and chill. Right. Hey! Virgo's shooting more accurately with a plasma rifle. Remember the shelves? I don't think I'm gonna put shelves in here just yet. I want to save the I want to save the wood for the time being. Okay, we got the crematorium. All right. don't think we need anything else built, so I'm going to set the build priorities back to, like, what they should be. Mystic's gonna have a slightly higher construction, so is Virgo. Oh, everyone's... Lennon! Lennon is here! Okay, technical B at 3. Oh, we're getting raided. Alright, we're getting raided in-game and in-thing. Alright, let me kill, you know, let me kill this raid. Let me kill this raid of, minions, and then, Oh, alright.
You find yourself in a cult. You find yourself as part of a cult. And you're about to leave. And the cult leader... Yeah, just fuck this cult. The cult leader comes up to you and is like, hey, I know you were gonna leave. I know you're mad about things, but hold on. Try this cheesecake.
I mean,
And
you know
it's the
what?
best fucking cheesecake you've ever had, so you stay in a goddamn cult.
What the fuck? I feel like there's context for that one. Oh, shit, hang on, okay, I'm gonna call Lennon, hang on. Wait. Wait, I'm getting raided, where are they? Hi, Lennon.
Ah, hi, hello. You were speaking as soon as I got here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently I'm getting raided, but there's no... I can't
Maybe
find...
they're invisible.
Oh no. I hit jump to target and it's like... And it just jumped to fucking Shooty. Is
Maybe
Shooty...
Shooty's raiding.
Is Shooty raiding?
Shooty,
Shooty's
are you a
raiding the
traitor?
pantry? Shooty's raiding the pantry.
Shooty's sleeping.
Oh! 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 I see!
What?
I see!
What?
They just orbital
What?
drop shock troopered
Into Shooty's bedroom.
into Shooty's bedroom.
Shooty, why would you invite them?
Okay, okay, yeah, let me take care of this real quick.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Lennon.
everyone. I should say hello, I am Lennon, I am a goblin. I'm here now.
You're here now.
I'm here now.
You're here now. Alright, Virgo go there.
Yeah.
Shooty go there. I mean, at the very least, because it's they're basically coming into our fucking thing. We could, like, literally this hallway is a kill box. Oh, that guy has a Tech 9. Oh, this is gonna be an owie. Holy shit.
Pardon.
Yeah, you're fine.
I went to hit the mute button, but I hit the wrong mute button, so I apologize. I forgot that it was the Discord mute I needed.
Yeah. Oh, they're trying to burn their way
Everyone
out.
just- Oh no.
Oh no.
The...
What do I
Can
do?
you-
What do
can
I
you-
do here?
I don't know. Do you have weapons? Do you have explosives? Like, blow them up.
I don't have explosives. Oh shit.
Tell Shooty to deal with it.
Yeah. Okay. Hold open.
Just put everyone in the room and see what happens.
Yeah, except for the people with rifles. The people with rifles can stand outside, I guess.
Don't you want the people with rifles in there?
No, because the
or
rifles.
is there a
rifles,
range thing?
Yeah, rifles have a minimum range. Yeah.
You just ever just orbital drop into somebody's bedroom to raid their pantry?
Fucking seems like it. Goddamn. All right, Mystic got shot. Mystic got shot a bunch. Oh
It's
no.
fine.
Okay. Undraft Mystic. Rest until healed. Need car. I think everyone else can. I think I can undraft. Yeah, hang on. Let me solve this issue real quick.
No worries, I'm fine just hanging out.
Yeah.
So Dole, it's Dholecember. How is Dholecember
Yes.
going?
It's going very well. We had to hit the point where we had to fucking stop because Twitch said, hey, you can't stream for more than 48 hours.
This is true. This is true. Twitch
Yeah.
did say that.
Hang on. Oh my god.
What?
Uh,
Who died?
no, this is a guy who I can kidnap.
Good.
Okay, we got a misandrist. Got a lot of social. Explosive expert, intellectual. Oh, okay, I think I want the explosives expert. Hang on. How long do they live? 7 hours. This person can fucking fine. This person's fine. All right, Shooty. Capture. Virgo. Virgo is bleeding. Okay, everyone needs to. I only have the one. I only have the one prison bed. Okay, this person's dumb. So yeah, no, like they're really good shot, but also you're a better shot than them, and also you have a plasma rifle. So, okay, I gotta make sure that Mystic doesn't die. Mystic's gonna die in 5 hours. Carr has Doctor set as #1. Yes. Okay. Okay, where's Carr? Carr, please stop researching. People are dying, Carr.
That sounds like a very Car thing to do.
This is going
People
to
are
the.
dying. I don't care.
This is going to the med. Well, Carr's also he's a sociopath and also our best doctor.
Good.
Prioritize tending. Okay, that person dies in 4 hours. Who's our second best doctor? Who's our second best doctor? The okay, we'll not do.
Is it me?
Okay.
Make it me.
I don't know if it is you. Okay, Virgo's got medicine
I do?
4. You're
I'm not a doctor.
not a doctor. Virgo is actually our second best doctor. But
am
it's
I
also
good at?
it is also bleeding out from a gunshot wound.
Oh no.
Okay. Virgo gets like a doctoring priority of 3 because like they're not amazing at it, but like they should be able to like keep this person from immediately dying and then help themselves. All right. Oh yeah, Mystic's missing a nose.
That's a problem.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Is it?
Mystic. Yeah, no, you don't need a nose. Like, okay, let's see these other people. Dead in 4 hours. They are incapable of skilled labor, capable of dumb labor. They cannot be artistic, and they cannot be intellectual, and they're jealous. They're only good at shooting shit. This person is 18 years old, and unwaveringly. Oh, so I can't convert this person anyway because they're unwaveringly loyal. And then this guy's dead. Oh, hey, they dropped medicine. They dropped good medicine, so that's fun. Shooty, I'm pretty sure you're I'm pretty sure you're a melee person. More so than you are. Yeah, your melee is still way better. To be fair, you're not really made for combat anyway. I don't know who I'm gonna give the Tech 9 to. I might give it to you, Shooty. Depends on, like, what exactly is going on. Right now, I'm trying to deal with the fact that fucking ODSTs just fucking landed in your bedroom. I have you using a gun because you keep pissing off Mystic, and Mystic keeps knocking you out, and you keep losing your knife. Okay. Virgo. Okay, now Virgo's going. Your room is not ruined. How hard you worked on building that? I'm pretty sure you can repair it. Right now, we gotta deal with the fact that there's murder happening. Okay, what's Shooty doing? Shooty is researching. No, Shooty, we don't need you researching. Shooty, please. Prioritize building a roof. Prioritize cleaning the rubble. Prioritize cleaning all the blood. Repair your lamp. Repair your bed. Just repair your things.
Or Shooty.
Or Shooty. And then I guess you can have the pistol as a reward. But then you have to bury, Wait, why bury? Hang on, why can't I burn them? Oh, I have to make it automatic! Okay, burn... Just burn corpses. Someone burn corpses. They're self-cleaning! Was gifted the subs, so thank you to ever get it. Well, yeah! I think that might have been Car. I'm not sure. Might have been, Okay. Virgo is taking care of you. Is Virgo doing any good? Okay, 19 hours. That's better. I'm pretty sure our warden is a prior prisoner of ours too. We literally gaslit Gimris into being our friend, and now they're here to gaslight everyone else into being our friend. Alright. So, Lynn, why don't you tell the people what you're gonna be doing?
I don't fucking know.
Oh, you're gonna be doing
Things.
drawing.
I guess I drawing the things. Drawing the things? I'm
Drawing things.
Yeah. I don't know what. I guess you guys tell me, and then I draw the things that you tell me to draw.
Yeah.
And then we pretend like we have exchanged positive ideas of things. I don't know. I'm rambling.
It's all positive ideas. How was your
Good.
How was your thing? Your
It was
stream?
good. It was, well, I don't know. My stream was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a full loop of a thing, and it was on endless mode, and then it kept going. So I was like, oh, I'm not gonna.
All right.
So then I came here, and now I'm here.
Hell yeah. All
Yeah, I
right.
feel very like rambly though. I feel like I don't have any direction of what I'm trying to say. Just kind of saying words to fill in the space.
No, that's totally fine.
Yeah, my brain is fried a little bit.
Can we blow up Big Ben?
What we need to do.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Fucking Zeno's just
I-
like, can we blow up Big Ben? I'm like, yeah, no, that might be a good idea. But yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say that we need to translate my brain nonsense into images on paper.
Yes.
Yeah, let me just get a good pen.
Okay. Images on paper, you say?
Well, not paper, digital paper?
Digital paper.
Yeah, I haven't used this tablet much, and I haven't downloaded the good pen yet.
Hmm. Wait, why is Shooty taking the long way to the fucking...
'Cause he's a fool.
Oh,
The
God.
long, long way.
Oh, I have to make a back door or something.
You really do.
Hmm. Maybe I'll put it in the...
I recommend building a back
Good
door to the
pen.
base. Your people have to go all the way around the mountain or the base.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, sorry, Lennon, sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying the good pen.
Good pen. Make Lennon work on the door there so we can actually get to the fucking crematorium. Carrying corpses through our storage area, that's probably fine, right?
Probably.
No,
Do you care what happens with your corpses?
not really.
Yeah. There we go. I found it. I found the good pen.
Oh yeah.
Oh, apparently I have a shit ton of like currency for this clip studio nonsense.
Oh. I wonder
I
what
can
that's
download a
about.
bunch of assets.
Ooh. Oh, they might.
Ooh.
They
Oh no,
might.
it's gonna expire.
They might burn to death in there. Wait, what? They don't expire?
No, it's going to expire apparently.
Oh, we should probably grab some pens then.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, good. Mystic's going on a food binge. Mitt. Fucking walked out of the med bay carrying a bento box because she wants to eat food.
So it's like, what am I gonna art for you?
So the thought was that we pass it to chat. Be like, hey
Yeah.
chat, what do you want to see? Maybe we just do that, and I'm here too, I guess, with no artistic capability.
You can direct me verbally to make your artistic vision.
Right. Oh fuck.
I'll just draw a weird little guy.
Yeah, weird little guy is probably good.
Yeah, I'll draw some weird little guys for y'all.
Yeah, hang on. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. Fucking you came in at the perfect time. The raid happened, and then I see, oh, everything's
happened.
going nutty.
Yeah. Oof. Live.
Yeah.
Let's get new spines. You
Yeah, I
need
would-
one more than I do.
I-
but
yeah.
I would like a new one currently.
How much is a new spine?
I don't know on which market.
The gray market. I don't trust the black market right now.
Oh, yeah.
Prices are
I
insane.
don't know. In the cyber future or in goblin times?
Yes.
In goblin times, you can get them pretty cheap, but I don't think they're in the best condition.
Not
You
really
just-
reusable.
No. If you want to make a stew, you're fine. If you want like augment grade spines, that's on your end of things.
Yeah. Oh god, this person is.
They got any of those future plastic spines yet?
That'd be nice.
What if they could replace all of your metal bits with plastic bits?
I
You think that
feel
would
like
be more comfortable.
I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be.
No? Okay.
Prison break. You are dying of an infection.
What if they could switch all of your metal bits for silicone bits that still have the integrity to hold things together it needs, but have a little bit of cushion so you're not fucking crumply? Would that be a thing? I bet they could do some combination of things to make you more comfortable in your spine.
Maybe.
But they wouldn't, because who cares about people who have disabilities?
Yeah.
Not the medical people trying to take care of us, that's for sure.
Definitely not.
Wait, sorry, I had an opinion.
No, it's fine. Opinions are fine.
Are they? I don't know.
Yeah, opinions are fine.
Okay. I had an opinion once, I got better.
Yeah, I had an opinion once. It was okay.
Mid at best.
Alright. Gimris. Fucking Gimris was out here fucking trying to like make friends, and this person was like, fucking I'm gonna prison break right in front of you, and Gimris just fucking rifle butt checked them in the mouth. And now going back to make friends. I'm sorry, I'm trying to see if I can make sure this person doesn't die of a
The goblin person. Hi, my name's Lennon. I'm a
Bye,
goblin.
Bible.
You can find me at the Goblin Burrows.
Yeah. Yeah, once this person's either died or recovered from their infection, Carcat's not Carcat's
Are you gonna say not a good doctor?
No, because he's a really great dog. He's just rolling really low.
Oh. What if I draw like a little like frog? I'll draw a frog.
Yeah, draw a little frog.
Guys, I'll draw a little frog.
Alright.
And then you can name it.
Yeah.
What if a frog was a goblin? Oh, what? Well, I guess that's just a little.
I mean,
yeah, that's a little weird, dude.
Yeah, that's just a little weird dude. Alright, Carcat, wake
Yeah.
up. Prioritize tending. I can use the best fucking medicine you have, because goddammit. Why aren't they liking the hole? Look at this. It's got rocks, it's got a bed. You have enough space to stand up. I don't understand these people. They're just being, you know, they're being difficult, you know. There you go. That was 100%. So I think Carcat might actually be able to outdo their disease now. Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, Carcat's
Oh no.
What?
Well, I'm doodling a frog for practice while I'm not on screen.
Uh-huh.
And boy, howdy, was that not a frog for a second?
Oh no.
Liv, I don't know how to make shapes anymore.
Oh no. Not
Shit, but that's how you draw.
Yeah,
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh shit, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay, that's fine. I'm glad that nobody is witnessing this.
Turn on the layer, Kronk. Wrong layer. Hi, Bangs. Alright. Okay, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. Now Mystic is making friends. Alright. The resistance is slowly going down. Look, I imagine like half of what's being said to this person is, hey, look, if you chill and you join our colony, we'll take you out of the hole.
But will you?
I might. I'll consider it.
See, I wouldn't trust you. Liv,
Yeah?
would you trust me as an evil cyber dictator in the future?
I mean, can't be worse than what's already here.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for when I come through the vents and steal your future.
Alright, so
What if I do? What if cyber future linen arc?
Oh, just linen, just like fucking just. Oh, if I knew how to edit shit in Blender, I'd give your model like a fucking like a cool cyber eye patch, like fucking Metal Gear Solid 4.
Nice. I have a cyberpunk outfit.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
It's my ranger outfit, but it's blue and has glowy bits.
Oh wait, I think I've seen it once. I think I saw it once. I think, and I think it was a stream I couldn't stick around for because I had to go out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe.
Wait, what happened to your dad? Your dad just left! The fuck?
It's just like real life.
Okay, so yeah, so I think you left when it happened, but your dad crash landed on the planet, and he was very, very wounded. So he's like, he will probably join, and it was like, okay, cool, so I put him in the medical bed, and just like I guess at some point during all that commotion, he got fucking fully healed and was like, all right, I'm leaving. Like Jesus Christ.
I'm drawing a weird little guy for you. You're gonna hate him.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
Yeah, I don't like him either though. So it's a lose-lose.
I don't know. I think that sounds like a win-win to me.
Oh no.
What's Shooty doing?
Like the shapes that I'm using aren't the right ones, and I can't seem to find the ones that are the correct shapes. So I'm just
Okay.
kind of making do with the wrong shapes for this guy.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that if I keep drawing, that the shapes will start making sense. I want to tell you an unfortunate truth, though.
Uh-huh.
They're not. They're not getting better.
Oh no. Is that a sale on cigarettes and milk I smell? Well, Lennon, it's time I go away again.
Oh no.
I can't wait for him to fall out of the sky again.
Didn't you say that I came from a cult, though?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, was my Sky Father there with me?
I don't know. It says he was a deep space explorer.
So he just.
He fell out of
I
the
don't
sky.
understand.
He unironically fell out of the sky.
But I was already here when he fell out of the sky.
Yeah.
No, but like it's by coincidence where I was after I was in a cult.
Yeah.
Okay. That's strange.
It's very weird. Oh, fucking near chili cheese fries. My ass. The other side of the fucking island. Alright.
Why did you name the cult child after me?
That was Carcat's idea. Carcat was in voice chat. I was like, okay, so it's a cult child. They're really good at shooting. They're a little antisocial. And Carcat immediately goes, oh, it's Linen! I think he heard cult child.
Boy.
I think he heard cult child, and that was it.
Yeah, I know. That's really funny.
But I will point out, fucking, you have been actual MVP. When you started, we gave you a bolt-action rifle and sent you to go hunt moose. You fucking shot Shooty in the leg. You actually blew off his middle toe. And now, whenever we need food, I send you out hunting, and I think you bring back more than Virgo, and Virgo has a plasma rifle. You're out hunting Virgo with a Mosin. Like, oh yeah, and I'll point out.
Oh god, I don't know what this thing is.
Oh no, this little guy.
Well, he's kind of fucked up. His shapes don't make sense. He really don't.
No. The
I'm
long
not happy
sword
about
here.
this.
I'm gonna make a shelf for guns.
I think that this creature owes me an apology.
Yeah? The creature owes you an
Yeah.
apology?
It owes me an apology, Liv.
Mm-hmm.
Read it.
Oh. Alright.
It was almost a frog, and then it kind of didn't frog very well.
Oh no. Alright, okay, I think everything is stabilized. We have our prisoner. Karkat's gonna be so proud of me. I'm like, hey, I finally got to use the hole. Alright. By the way, I don't know, have you played Rimworld before?
I've never played this.
Oh, okay, so if
I
you
want
have...
to now. Now
So
that
if
I've
you-
been watching you.
So if you have, like, these big rocks, right? These slow down your
Yeah.
movement speed by 50%. You go over them.
Okay.
And the prisoner has
Interesting.
and the prisoner has manacles on that slows their movement speed by 50% also. If they
So
prison
they
break,
can't go on them.
if they have prison break, literally they are slowed down to a crawl. I can literally go and beat the shit out of them at my leisure. There's no way for them to get out. Liv, you want to make this money move with you? Wait, what money move? What money move?
Make what?
I don't know. I'm scared. I'm confused.
Zeno, do a thing.
Let's do a
I don't know what's
flip.
happening.
Do a flip.
Do a kickflip.
Do a kickflip.
Liv, do a kickflip.
Okay.
Did you do a kickflip?
Maybe in the back of the place is gonna be iconic. Wait. Back of what place? I'm very confused. I'm very confused by what's happening. I think I might be brain damaged. Oh no. Alright, Lyndon, we wanna do this. You feeling confident?
Well, I don't know what I'm drawing right now, so I don't know.
Yeah. Alright, chat.
It's like, hold on. I need to put like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want chat to see this yet. I'm not ready.
Not ready to see. Okay. All right, chat. Give us things for Linden to draw. Give us things.
No, I have a thing that I'm drawing already.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
ready yet.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a guy. He started out as a little guy, and now I think it's like 3 guys.
In a trench coat.
Well, no, well the one guy's in like a blazer type situation,
Oh my god.
and then he's surrounded by some earthworm gym ass here like looking guys who seem to be like his bodyguards. I don't know.
Oh, this is gonna be great. Gonna change my
I don't know. It's not very good. It's a sketch. I don't know.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Fucking. Let me click these buttons.
Alright, click his buttons.
I think that's the one.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright. Oh my god, I love him! Hang on a minute.
Also, one of the guys seems to be attached to his head. I'm gonna change that. He's
Yeah.
like a guy. I don't know. He's like a froggy guy. And he's got some earthworm gym looking guys behind him.
It's
That
like
was weird.
It's a frog wearing a suit. I love him. He's got like an earthworm gym gun.
I don't know. He's got a ray gun of some type.
Yeah, ray gun. Frog.
I don't know. What do you guys want me to do? I'm just. What do we want here?
Alright, chat. What's the limit? Okay, yo, what do we use this frog as a base and just build off of it?
Oh well, I don't fucking know. That could go anywhere.
Alright, chat. Give what this is what's his name? Chat, what's his name first? What's his name? Is his name just Froggy?
Give me 2 seconds. I need to change what my pen do.
Okay. His name is
What is-
Gorblo.
His name. This is Gorblo.
Gorblo.
It could be.
Alright, chat. Gorblo is here. He is a weird frog in a suit with a ray gun. What was the milestone reward? So this is the 500 one. So it was Lennon draws what chat wants. This is explicitly what Lennon told me to put on the thing. Like I copy pasted that exactly. So Lennon, what does that mean? Do you want to like just like take requests and like draw and hang out for a bit, or do you want to just keep adding to
so.
Gorblo?
Like, well, I can just keep doing whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, chat. What we doing?
There we go. I figured it out. Does this work now?
Hmm?
I need to. There we go. I can do the
There
thing.
it is.
My pen has a button on the side, and I like when it's the button that lets me do this.
I see that. I don't think Lennon knows who either of
I don't know what any of that
those
means.
are. Komeda is a character from Danganronpa, and Della is Sai's persona.
I don't think I can achieve what would be asked for there. And I just have a bigger. Let's do a new.
Okay.
What's a good color for a background? This? No.
Yeah, I mean that's a parchment color. That's nice.
Well, I want a little more orangey, I think,
Yeah.
but lighter somehow.
Yeah. Draw Xeno
Is that
debuting.
pleasant? Is that pleasant or is that horrible?
That's pleasant. That's pleasant enough.
That's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Draw Xeno debuting. Imaginary.
Drazino debuting. Make a deer of eyeballs and twice as many limbs.
What? I think Xeno's
Sure,
being a
I
bully.
mean- What? Why?
Draw lives human Sona? I don't think Lennon's ever seen that.
I've seen you on a webcam before.
No, my human Sona. It's a
You have a human Sona?
it's a human version of from back before
Oh.
I went full on with like the furry thing, and also when I was still closeted, so I was like So I was like, yes, today I shall,
How do you
pretend
draw
to-
deer?
How do you draw deer?
I don't know. I don't know what shape they are.
Um,
I think they do something like this though. At one part,
my persona's human Sona.
your persona is human Sona.
Yeah, so like back before I came out, yeah. Yeah, just had like a human version.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
It's adorable.
I have a lot of art of it as well. Like I kind of want some of them like redone.
This is
But,
gonna
like-
start out looking mostly like a regular deer. I'm sorry about that.
Gotta add the
Well,
eyeballs
no,
later.
that's a lie. It's immediately not gonna look like a deer. I apologize. But it's mostly not gonna be made out of eyeballs until it's too
Yeah.
late.
I think
Wait, what?
I think my favorite human Sona one is this one. Is this one.
Put it on screen
I
for
did.
everyone.
I did.
Oh, I can't see it yet.
Give it a sec. It's
Is
so
this what
it-
antlers look like? Those are some shitty antlers. I hate them.
That's basically what antlers look like.
Nah, I hate them. They're gonna be like
Yeah.
this instead.
Yeah,
Wait.
it's me dressed as Celestia from Final Fantasy VI, and Sai is a Moogle. A Moogle demanding we go onward. We were doing a let's play of Final Fantasy VI, and it just did not click. Like I really love this though. I want like an updated version of this that's more up to date. But fuck, I'm not gonna ask Sai to do that. Sai's already doing way too much. Not me pulling up Blender anytime I have to draw antlers.
Is this a deer?
It looks like a deer to me.
Is this a deer?
That looks like a deer to me.
Dad, is this a deer? Oh god, is it? I don't know. It's fucking.
No,
I'll draw a
Lennon,
deer. I'll draw a regular deer. Okay.
Lennon, that's. I mean, it looks like a deer. A deer is a deer is a deer.
What?
A deer is a deer is a deer.
Um,
Wait, why does it have fangs?
but those aren't fangs. Those are part of the deer.
Oh, are they?
They're just the deer part. Oh shit! I'm
Okay.
on the wrong layer.
Wrong layer.
I have to restart the deer. I'm joking. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna move to a different layer though.
Yeah.
I'll just fucking draw in some fucking
Ooh.
background color on the new layer. This is such a hack job of correcting this.
No, it's fine. The quintessential deer bits.
Okay, I'll stop making the deer be weird.
No, it was cute.
Is it?
Yeah.
I
It's
don't even know
very
if I'm
cute.
drawing with the right color right now. It might not be.
I mean, it's black, so.
No, when I was taking away the black. Yeah. Okay, that's a deer nose, approximately. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they go more like something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen a deer in
s-
my life, so.
Some deer have fangs. That's an okay thing for deer to have.
Yeah, you know, it's for eating small children that wander into the woods.
I hate how I just drew that though, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna. No, some deer actually have fangs though, Liv.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, look it up. Look up fang deer.
Um,
I don't know. That probably isn't a good idea, but there is a type.
Uh.
It's a muntjac.
Muntjac.
I think so.
Okay. Yo, what the fuck?
Does it have fangs?
Yeah.
Is it a deer?
Yeah.
Then I was right.
Okay. Look at this fucking thing. What the
It's
fuck?
a little dragon.
This thing
Why does it
looks like a
do that?
nightmare creature. Why is it licking its lips like it's gonna fucking consume a small child?
Yeah, that's great. I love it. Let's put one of those in here.
Oh god.
Oh, who is this guy? What is this guy?
Oh, I love him. I love him,
That's
Linen.
not a deer.
No, it's better. Linen, follow your heart. Follow your heart.
Oh no, okay.
Uh,
Then
oh,
if I'm
again.
doing that, he's got some stuff up here then, I think.
Yeah. Oh, Sai, when do we want to do food? I just realized, I've not eaten since the orange chicken last night, except for like a Cliff Bar I had right before stream, and I'm pretty sure that's gone now. Funny thing when the deer looks like it has an extra pair of eyes. Oh god. Oh, it looks like it's staring right at me. I love it. Lennon, I want to turn this into a creature in Karos. I want to like have this be like a creatura that comes out of the fucking Dalen Woods.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like it's like this enchanted deer made by the elves specifically
darling.
because
Do you
you know
need
what?
something?
Fuck the round ears. Hey, Bengus. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Like, if you're gonna get me toggle, can I get my usual? Brand had like a... Too bad there wasn't DM on Sundays. Yeah, it's a damn shame. Fucking... Look, I'll do it... Like, I'll do it next time, alright? I was not expecting Dholecember to not only extend into the 3rd, but also fucking until 7 p.m. on the 3rd. And Bingus, you know you're my little dog champ.
I don't know where to go with this guy.
Maybe okay, what if he like hunches, what if he's like hunched over and he's got like his like hands, he's got like instead of like having like front antlers, instead of front hooves, he's got like front little hands, little grabby hands.
Like,
He's just like,
hold on, I'm gonna go
just like,
into like...
hey. Yeah, like that. It's like, is this like magically mutated deer that's like fucking that just is like a cryptid. Grabby hands deers to scare. Wait, that's the thing in Adventure Time? Fuck it. Fuck! Ow. Wait, what is that coming off his back? What's that?
I don't know, like a ponytail.
Oh,
What if
it's a venomous stinger?
Does he need a venomous stinger?
It'd be funny
I
if
just
he had
figured that's
one.
where all his hair was going.
Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Follow your heart. Follow your heart and make the most fucked up monster deer you can. I will stat it later. Linen, I will unironically stat this later. I will stat this on stream if we have to.
Okay.
Had a couple points to spend? Hell yeah. But welcome to the stream. You chose the right points. You chose the right points to use. Oh, what is that? Fucking y'all walking through the woods, you fucking hear the sound of a deer. And then like fucking just like ask for a survival check. You're like, you hear the sound of a deer, but it's moving on 2 legs instead of 4. At 3.5k, what? Jesus! Fucking, that's impressive. Fuck. Thank you for lurking and hanging around, my guy. Shit. Glad you're here. Oh, he's got like a little bird on his back?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, is the bird a friend, or is the bird like an anglerfish thing?
I'm just kind of trying to doodle in things,
Yeah, no,
and
like
then
I am.
we'll refine them as things happen.
I'm very much enjoying where this is going. Holy shit. Hello. Brian had a coupon somewhere. Yeah, use it. Yeah, Brian said I could have. Yeah, grab my card. Do not grab my pin. I can't believe you would grab my pin like this. Give me the pin. Oh, immediately she just starts spilling. She's like, nope, I know where I want to be. Love you. There's now a cat
What
in my
kind of
lap.
is this leg?
Oh my god, I looked away for like a minute. Fuck, that looks rad as shit though. That looks absolutely rad as fuck.
I don't know. His legs are going in weird ways, but
I mean, if it's a fucked up monster that should not be, then like, hey, that makes sense, right?
maybe.
Did I want a shorty, a full-length mare's leg, wooden stock, synthetic, tactical, tactical with chromed steel. And a rotary mag tube would be fun.
I don't know why I put a little bird on his hair. I don't know why that's there.
What if the bird is? Oh. What if the bird is another creature? Like, what if this creature is like so like malformed and evil, but like it's not very smart? So these birds like nest, like have like a symbiotic relationship with it. They nest in them and fucking call out dangers and such. Maybe it's got bad eyesight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe it's got bad eyesight, and the bird like serves as its eyes. That could be fun. Still need a barrel length. Fucking, I don't know, normal size. Oh, you making it a centaur, like a guitar configuration? Shit. Oh fuck!
I don't know what's happening, Liv.
I don't know. Follow your heart. Follow your dreams. Follow your dreams, Lennon, because this looks like it's gonna be rad as fuck.
I'm scared, Liv.
No, don't be scared. Lennon, like, this is unironically the coolest fucking creature I've ever seen. I actually want to stat this somehow. I have no idea what CR I'd make it, but it's gonna be it'd be decently high. Like, this would actually just be some sort of fucking cryptid. Oh my god. I love
I gotta
this.
put its. I gotta find places for it to have organs, I guess.
Organs are a problem.
Like. What is going on with my pen?
Having pen pressure issues?
Why did it change?
Oh yeah, move to that Japanese pen.
No, that's what I was using. It's just.
Oh.
I don't know. Did I just change the size of it and not realize it?
I think
don't know.
you may have done, yeah.
Whatever.
You're following your heart. And the heart said bigger pen.
Apparently. Live just for you.
Yeah, let's go. This malformed creature that should not be. Oh. Oh, it's got a grabby claw too? That's so fucking mean. I love it.
What a weird, fucked up guy.
I actually love him. I actually fucking love him.
Yeah, let's go back to. Is this a normal layer? Sort of, yeah. And then I don't know.
Yes, Judy.
Like, is this like some type of weird hoof, or like how is this? What is this?
I make it. I mean, deers have. Don't the
Okay.
deers have like the hooves with like the two toes?
I guess.
Maybe
But it's
have
got
them.
like a
Maybe have
weird
like
thing
the.
going on at the back of it.
Yeah, yeah. Like I mean, yeah. Have them be like maybe like the hoof is just like because it's carrying more weight than it should. It's like splayed out and like like it looks painful, and that's good. And that's good. I like that. I like my creatures to look like they're in pain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you see a
I
monster
gotcha.
and it's like, oh, that just hurts to exist.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's why it wants the blood of the innocent.
Okay. Now we just kind of refine its horrible shapes into shapes that
Yeah,
are horrible, but also nice to look at.
yeah. Edward, no. Oh God. I Linen, you like I'm gonna be honest, you are very, very good at making monsters.
I You don't understand how long I've just been exclusively drawing bullshit monsters. I have forgone so much of drawing actual things and learning how to do real anatomy and art and stuff just to draw bullshit monsters. I have years and years and years of bullshit monsters I could show you, which I
Oh,
should do as a stream or
you
something. That'd be
should.
fun.
You should. I unironically love your bullshit monsters. Like, I think I think my favorite fucking thing about like just I just absolutely love monsters. Just looks like like thing that should not be. You know what I mean?
Mm,
Like I don't care if the anatomy doesn't quite work. It doesn't matter. This creature is not here to exist in an ecosystem. This creature is here to be a
Blizzard did it.
nightmare. Yeah, like because I mean, like I'm gonna be honest. Like if you look at D and
Blizzard Mad at
D,
Reality did it.
yeah. Like if you look at if you look at like most monsters in D&D, like literally most of them aren't natural anyway. Most of them are some form of a wizard did it. You know?
Hmm.
Like 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 having I feel like naturally occurring monsters is like a big issue ecology wise, right?
Hmm.
Like dragons work because dragons are intelligent and dragons can function essentially as just another sentient race. It's just like they're bigger, more powerful, and they're dicks. Um but like to just use our last game as an example, how the fuck does a lamia work in an ecology? It's a woman from the waist up and a lion, and it has the intelligence of a woman, but also it's also a lion. How does that work in an ecology? Like, like is it just another person, or like no? Like the way they work is that like they're either cursed by like some sort of fucking there's a curse that turns you into Lamia, and there's like I'm talking about 5e. I'm not talking about how they work in Karos because I'm not entirely sure how they work in Karos yet. I've got ideas, but they're not nailed down exactly because they're not relevant to the story. But but like in 5e, it's like oh you got cursed, or there's this god of avarice that
Hmm.
if you his priestesses that serve him the best he will grant them the form of the Lamia, making them immortal, but also twists their mind to be obsessed with wealth. And I really like that, honestly. Just the idea of just like you have become so obsessed with wealth that it has warped your body to the point where you no longer are human. You are a creature. A thing that should not be. Your unnatural urges and unnatural desires have become like externalized. And I don't mean unnatural as in fucking like fucking like what Republicans call unnatural. I mean like no, like you actively fucking went against base human nature to just fucking fuck over everyone and get rich. That's an unnatural desire.
They should um something turn billionaires into. I don't know where that's going.
Yeah. A lemur called Bill Gates. Abominations are your Loki favorite character design.
I was trying to make a funny, and then I'm like, my brain's not going there.
Yeah,
I don't know how
I
to
was
do it.
trying to make a pun out of Bill Gates, and then I just said Bill Gates.
Yeah.
I'm still tired. I'm still tired. I've already got a cumulative 10 hours of sleep over the last 3 days. That's
The
not
Bill
enough.
of Gate.
Bill of the Gate. So I'm
Why does this look
imagining
like shit? Why am I so bad at this?
you're
It looks
not.
great.
It looks
I don't know
actually
what I'm
fucking
talking about.
great. I'm just imagining that this is like that like middle bit is like this fucking hypodermic thing that just leaks this
When they
acidic.
ask what are you, but you're multi-classing.
It's like this hypodermic fucking like stinger that just leaks like this deadly poison. And like fucking like this thing will just grab you with its tail, hold you in place as the poison seeps into your body. One fucking dose of it from like a quick stab would be enough, but this creature is malicious enough that it will hold you there to ensure you get the maximum dose as your veins burn and it can watch you. I like writing fucked up abominations, if you couldn't tell. What happened? I have Toggle. Thank you. I love you. Did you say hi to Bran? Wait, oh right, he called off work, right. I forgot that Bran is dead.
Give you a straw.
He did not. Shit, can you grab me a straw from downstairs? Okay, I have Toggle now.
Okay, something, I don't know, something like that. Hold on,
Yeah!
those last 2 minutes
Yeah! Why doesn't it have a proboscis to slurp up the resulting goo for nourishment? No, it can unhinge its jaw, it just swallows you whole.
suck. What if it had a proboscis instead?
But I like its little funny mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very floofy. I don't know if I'm gonna keep the bird there.
Or does it just do it out of malice? I imagine it just does it out of malice. This thing is mad at the universe for self-existing. Like, I imagine this thing, it wants its prey to suffer. So its entire shtick is about, like, extending the suffering as long as possible. And then once you finally died, it just devours you whole, unhinges its jaw, and devours you whole, in the hopes that even though you can't move anymore, you might still be conscious enough to realize where you are in its tummy.
It certainly didn't end up having a lot of eyes. It has a small handful.
Yeah. Lennon is just still a very, very good monster. Like, fuck.
Yeah, I don't know why I was gonna put a bird in his hair though.
Its motivation is all shall suffer as I have suffered. Yes! What if the poison can't actually kill you? The poison is like a paralytic. But it's a paralytic that burns. Thank you. It's just like just the monster's goal is to just like get you to the point where you pray for death and then swallow you whole.
Yeah. Do you
Fucking-
think this monster's like is it a normal monster or is this one of those monsters that's like a guy?
No, it's a normal monster. It is a creature.
Okay, so he's not a guy?
Yeah.
I wanna take some of the emotion out of his eyes then.
Oh. I mean, it can still. I mean, if its main goal is malice, it can still have a little bit of emotion. Oh wait, no, that looks better. Holy fuck, that looks better. Pupilless eyes. Cloudy white marbles that bear into your soul. Oh, fuck. Lennon, that looks so fucking cool. Oh,
That
fuck.
work? Good. I got it. Okay. I fucked up my layers, but I fixed them, sort of.
Alright. I have a name for it. I have a name for it.
What do you
Lynn, I want to run it
what do
by
you
you.
think? What's that?
Okay, so the one with the deer with the fangs called a muntjac, right? Muntjac?
Yeah.
This is the maljac.
Sure.
Yeah. What do you guys think in chat? The maljac. Like, I'm imagining like the Monday group running into one of these, and I'm just
God.
imagining Eddie screaming like a fucking little bitch.
This thing looks horrible. I have no clue what this. I don't know what it would entail. Liv, tell me all about this creature.
Okay, hmm. Cause it jacks out a mountain. No.
I mean, it's kind of got like a jackalope vibe to it going.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a
At least on the
jackalope.
head portion.
Yeah. It's it's kind of like a muntjac, kind of like a jackalope, and its main motivation is just malice.
It's definitely got like a wizard did it vibes
Yeah.
in the sense that a wizard that really didn't want anyone else to exist did it.
Yeah.
Like
Hi,
somebody really
Drago.
mad at wherever this thing was left, the person who left it there was really mad at that area for a
Yeah.
very, very long time.
Hmm.
This
Hmm.
can't be a naturally occurring creature.
No.
That's horrible.
Like, there's multiples of them, but no one knows how many. They were. Oh. The Esser.
It's like a death claw. They're out in the wild and they're
Yeah.
not naturally occurring,
Yeah.
but they're there.
So the Esser have the ability to splice genetics.
Hmm.
These are escaped experiments from Esseros, and they're not supposed to be able to breed. Unfortunately, life finds a way. So the Esser, this hyper advanced like fucking society that has like firearms and golems and fucking like shit like that. Basically like shit that like actually looks like distant future fucking shit to those people of Koros. They made these for like as weapons of war, realized that they could not be controlled, for they seem to relish in the pain of their fucking victims, which is not something that the Esser really are down for. So they planned on eradicating them. Unfortunately, a breeding pair escaped. But like the idea is like, okay, they can't breed in the wild. They can only breed in captivity. It's fine. They were wrong. Fucking yeah.
I'm gonna cheat. There.
Oh. So this thing, so I'm not sure what its CR should be, but I'm gonna say it's gonna have 50 feet of movement speed, so it can outrun. So you can't run away from it. You can't run away from it. This thing is there to toy with you and just ruin your shit. Its claws deal slashing damage, and it has a multi attack where it can slash with each of its claws. So it's like and then also a strike with its tail. So 1, 2, 3. It'd probably have decent sized strength and decent con, but its dex probably would not be great because it's probably a little bit unwieldy with like 6 legs.
I don't know why I'm like drawing in the fucking color instead of
Fill bucket, yeah.
Yeah, I really don't know. I could
Yeah.
literally just.
Yeah. When it strikes you with its tail attack, it can do one of two things.
That's
Oh,
why.
that's why. it can either strike you for a certain amount of poison damage and grant you the poison condition, or it can grapple you using its tail. And as its tail attack on every turn afterwards, it can inject you with more venom. And every stack of venom. So if you so let's say it's like a D8, right? Every turn, yeah, it deals that damage to you. And it's an additional D8 each turn. So if it doesn't feel like it can get a grapple on you because you're really strong, all right, it hits you once, it does an extra D8 of poison damage, fine. If it feels like it can grapple you, it grabs you, and while you don't take the damage on that turn, the next turn you take a D8. Turn after that you take 2D8, 3D8, 4D8, 5D8, 6D8, 7D8. Okay. Wait, what's up, Kelsey? We're making a Maljack. I feel like that would be a really good thing, but the idea being is like you would break, like if your friend gets grabbed by a Maljack, like they can survive maybe 2 turns, right? Depending on. Yeah. They can survive maybe 2 turns, because, like, 2d8's poison damage, that's fine, right? Like, once you start getting a 3d8, 4d8, 5d8, there's a good chance they might just die. So it becomes a thing of, like, this creature is doing its best. Oh, that's what its extra movement speed is for! Linen?
Yeah?
It's got 50 feet of movement speed so that it can, like, basically keep up with, like, monks and stuff. Because it relishes in making things suffer, once it has someone grappled, it attempts to fucking run away so it can relish the suffering of the person it's grabbed.
I have one request for this creature.
Okay.
I think it has to be an awkward size. Like, I think this thing has to be huge.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be long.
Yes.
I want it to be, like, assumed to be, like, instead of, like, as a large creature, like, if it were a large creature, instead of, like, a 2x2 square, I want it to be long instead. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, instead of taking up that space, I want it to take up that space.
I don't think there's rules for that in 5e, but I'm sure I could fucking figure out
That's
how to make it
stupid,
work.
but I want it to.
Oh.
But the reason I want this, maybe D&D is not a great system. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I
D&D
want the
doesn't
tail
really.
to only. I want the tail only to be able to hit this range,
What if the tail is a separate token?
and then the claws in this range.
The token system and Founder can do this? Okay. Yeah, what if the tail counts as a separate token?
I don't know.
The tail takes its turn. The tail shares initiative with the Maljack, but it takes its turn afterwards. So that way, like, the Maljack can, like, attack things with the front, and it can use its claw. Maybe I'll give, like, another attack on its, like, front end. And then the rear end can only really, the rear end can only really do, like, stuff, like, within 5 feet of it. So, like, if something is, like, if you are in front of the Maljack, staring it down with its claws, you're technically in the safest space. If you try and get behind it, now you're in danger. So
But
the
if you
goal
want to
for
ride one, you're fucked.
Yeah, and if so,
You
like,
have to cut off its tail first.
Yeah, the tail has its own health pool. Maybe. Does it have 2 coochies like the horse lady?
What? I have not considered the. I don't think this thing would have any coochies.
No, I think it would. I think it would do external fertilization because they're science experiments, and like if you're doing like science and you're genetically splicing shit, like if your subject has to carry an infant to term internally, you can't experiment on the infant to attempt to make it better. If it lays eggs externally,
What if it's
then
a parasite?
what?
What if it's a parasite?
Flame.
What if it's not injecting poison? What if it's just injecting eggs? Now it's somebody's fetish. God damn it.
Oh, they reproduce asexually through yes, and that's why they swallow their victim to keep the egg safe. These things don't need to eat. Linen,
Yeah.
these things are weapons
also
of war.
huge.
Why would they need to eat?
Well, okay. So are we saying that it injects a person with something, then swallows them whole, incubates them in its giant weird body, and then spits it out after?
Yes, and then spits out a baby. After the incubation period.
That's gross.
Ah, that's
I love
so
it.
cool.
Does it just like unhinge its horrible jaw to like
Mhm.
like regurgitate a child?
Yes.
Gross.
And then if you killed a Maljack, but you've been grabbed and injected by its venom, the eggs are inside you. They're just not able to be incubated. They're laying in wait. They're dormant.
I wonder if it's not so much like an egg thing as it is like a. Think more like gnolls.
Oh.
It's like sort of more like gnolls. Like it incubates, like it injects something that like changes the innards of the human or creature or whatever that it injects, and that like turns the inside of that creature into like what a cocoon does for a caterpillar.
Yes. Okay.
And then it builds the new Maljack inside out of the goop.
Now the question becomes: what happens though if you are injected with the venom, but you kill the Maljack and you don't
You
get swallowed
just
by the
die.
Maljack?
I feel like it's just. I don't think it's anything too special. I think it's just a death sentence.
I mean, yeah, but you can't just say players. All right, you got hit by this poison attack. You die now.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, there's things where it's the difference between like what would be fun for the fantasy like of the creature and what would be good for D&D.
Maybe the maybe the parasite. It can't so because once again because this thing is made in a lab, right?
Mm-hmm.
It requires very very specific conditions for the parasite to be able to survive, which is why the Maljack swallows it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
the conditions in the lab were good enough that like the parasite could just work whatever. Out in the wild, because those conditions don't exist, the closest you can get is the inside of a Maljack's belly. You do have to balance this right now, looking like a CR-17 creature. Damage numbers would basically, yeah. Nah, Xeno, this can work. This would not be a low level creature. This would be like the equivalent of fucking. Hang on, let me. I don't have the monster manual memorized. Pardon me. Give me just a moment.
This is like Archmage security system.
Yeah, like this would be
And
like
the only one they bought.
yeah. This would be like fucking. I imagine this would be like CR11, CR10 maybe. Cause like that's the point where you start getting like Dao and Jin and fucking Sphinxes, you know. Maybe they're aggressively solitary. Like if two Maljacks are in the same place, like two adult Maljacks are in the same place, like they feel like a distinct like desire to kill each other. You know? I don't think it could take on a red dragon. But also dragons in Karos are basically gods, so
Oh, whoops. That was on the wrong layer. I was
mm,
doodling a little froggy dude. I'm not good at frogs today.
that's fine. It's a cute frog.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a new one.
Yeah.
What do frogs look like? Guys, I don't remember what frogs look like. I feel like they look something like this.
Yeah.
Where there's like...
Yeah, Xena, my goal for this would be like a CR like 10, CR 11 creature. Did the Dylen like this creature? The Dylen again? I forget. My brain's stupid. My brain is pudding.
Is this what frogs look like?
I think so.
Is that what a frog looks like?
I think that's what a frog looks like, yeah. Oh! Oh! Fucking Dalen! Fucking the elves are the Dalen! D-E-L-A-N! Fuck! No, the Dalen do not like this. This is an affront to nature. If the Dalen elves see one of these, they kill it on sight.
I feel like that's the right thing to do.
I mean, to be fair, killing this thing on sight should be the default. But, like, for the Dalen, this thing is, like... What would happen if you put top-of-the-line chrome on it? You don't want to... I'm gonna be honest, I think this thing might wind up being a CR fucking 30 creature if you gave this thing cybernetics, dog. Oh,
What if we put it in battle armor, just for fun?
Yeah? I mean,
Yeah.
I imagine if the Esser ever, like, managed to perfect them to the point where they could actually use them in a fight, then yeah, no, they'd put armor on these fuckers.
How sentient are they?
Well,
Would it be smart enough to go build a helmet, or would it just be like, nah, I'm gonna swallow you whole?
I don't think they'd be smart enough to have armor. I think they'd have, like, slightly more intelligence than, like, an animal. Oh, what if they... Oh, no, Linen, help. My brain is doing evil.
What's up?
So, you know skinwalkers, right?
Yeah,
So,
I know of them. I don't
know
know any personally.
Okay, I know a few. They're all right. You know, makes bingo night a bit weird though. But so skinwalkers are capable of, if they steal someone's flesh, they're able to replicate their voice. But skinwalkers are not
Yeah.
smart enough to speak English or like any other language. So basically, they just mimic sounds that they've heard. These things,
Gross.
these things are some sort of humanoid was used as a cocoon to incubate these things. What if they're able to replicate the voices of the creature that was used to make it, but they're not smart enough to know language or anything? So, like, basically they would be repeating, like, words that they've heard. So, like, which would mostly just be like, help! Oh, fuck, help! Basically, like, the death cries as the creature was being subsumed in the belly.
That's horrible. I don't like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Which is
So-
the point.
Yeah. Like, these creatures, they're not smart enough to know language. They I don't think they could use weapons, I don't think they could use armor, but they're smart enough to know the words mean something, and they can replicate the sounds of the creature that was used to make them.
Is this what frogs look like?
Yes. That's very much what a frog looks like.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't positive, but now I'm feeling better about it.
Yeah. Did I watch the readapt officialized Just Look My Way for HB? It came out. No, I did not.
What if we draw another little guy? What if we
Okay.
just like zoom into a corner here and just do a different
Okay.
guy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure you're on
what kind of little guy do you
another
want?
layer because I do actually want the Maljack's picture.
Yeah. Yeah, I threw it on a new layer. What if we just draw like
You hear a woman screaming for help in the woods. As you get there, you see this monster. Roll initiative. Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I wish there were more. Okay, so like Native Americans, right, have the best fucking monsters, right? Right.
I mean
What?
this is true. I'm not disagreeing with your statement. I was just going to disagree with whether they would define them as monsters.
I mean, a skinwalker would. Wendigo would.
Yeah, some of them. You're right. There are some.
I'm specifically talking about their
Yeah.
monsters. Like maybe it's because like, as like someone who's like European.
Even then, like is
Hmm?
I don't actually know. Like, how close is that to being like an actual monster, or is it like a spirit type situation?
I don't know.
I would love to know more about these things.
I'll ask Brian next time I see him.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, but yeah, like maybe it's just because I was raised European, so like I'm used to the European monsters. You know, you've got the Fae, you've got werewolves, you've got vampires, you've got Knucklevies.
I
You've
was a
got
werewolf once.
yeah, you were a werewolf. What you got
It got
better?
better.
Yeah.
It got better.
You got Knucklevies, you got Kelpies, you've got a lot of monster horses in European
You
history.
got Selkies.
Selkies, yeah, like there's
I
a
like
lot of
Selkies. Selkies are cute.
there's a lot of decent monsters in European folklore, but like maybe it's because I'm desensitized to them because I grew up hearing about them, you know? But like Native American monsters just sound so fucking cool and so creative. It's a monster
Some of
that
them are very, very unique, yeah.
yeah, a monster that steals your skin, has the ability to replicate your voice with no understanding of what it is, as well as appear as any animal, and its goal is to lure you into the woods so it can kill you, take your skin, and murder your family using your own face. That is the coolest shit.
I do wonder, Liv, though, I do wonder how much of the lore we know is the legit lore, and like it, and how much has just been the like, because Skinwalkers got super popular in like TikTok-y spaces. So how much is the real lore, and how much is the like internet we made modern lore for an old thing?
Yeah. I wonder if I could get Brian to talk to me about it.
It would be cool that you could do a whole thing about that.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, I'm like half an anthropologist, so.
Are you?
I mean, I have like half the degree. I never finished it.
I have a friend who did that here.
Yeah.
They were doing anthropology and then they gave up on it. I don't know why they did. From an outside perspective, it looks like they decided they'd rather just burn down their life instead.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I hope they're okay. I hope my friend, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they're my friend anymore, to be honest.
Oh. I mean, I switched off because I learned that if I wanted to get a degree in anthropology, a lot of the places I would have to go to would want me dead, and that's not great. And if I didn't want to go that route, the only thing I'd be able to do is teach anthropology at colleges, and I feel like getting a degree at a college so you can then go back to that college and teach the degree you just got is a pyramid scheme.
That does seem kind of pyramid schemey.
Yeah, so...
And then what do you do when the next kid wants to do the same thing?
Yeah. Like,
is it like Sith? Is it like the Sith apprentices?
Yeah, like them to kill you, yeah.
Yeah. I don't like what this drawing's doing, actually. I was trying to draw a little guy. And I don't know. This little guy's not bad. I just don't like where the pieces are.
Yeah, I like the little. It looks like a frog slash axolotl. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I was going for like an axolotl-y thing. I don't know what I wanted out of him. I wanted him to maybe have like a little body back here. Hold on. Maybe his body's back here. And he's like, I'm a weird guy. And he's got the tail there. But it's still got the fin on it. I don't know. Liv,
Yeah.
I don't know how much art I have in me anymore. I've been actually really struggling with art lately.
Well, I mean, you've been doing like great. This this shit unironically looks super cool. Like, is it just like you don't like it, or is it just like a struggle to make the art juice come out?
Both.
I mean,
I'm like half even just like sketching here and not like properly drawing the guy.
Well, like I don't know if this helps or not, but like Like, I mean, even though it is a sketch, like, this is looking like a fucking banger, you know? Like fucking like the fucking Maljack, like absolutely fucking rad. This looks cool. I'm not quite sure what this is, but it looks cool as shit.
I don't know. He's a little guy.
Little guy.
He's got legs back there.
Yeah.
It's like a little salamander.
What if these are the salamanders that the Nemeans ride? Just a
I
big
mean, like
salamander.
they could be.
Yeah, it's like a big salamander the size of a horse. And it's got the. Oh, what if they have the personality of like golden retrievers? It's just a big salamander that you can ride around, and it's just like your best friend.
Like that.
Fuck. Yeah.
I need some of these.
Hmm.
Like when the lizard faces do that.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Brian said he'd be super fucking down to just have a stream where we just talk about fucking monsters. So hell yeah.
Can I come?
Yeah, sure. Fucking I
Well,
gotta I need to get I need to
verify with the other member before just saying yeah,
Oh.
sure, but yeah.
I mean
I love
fucking-
monsters. You don't even
Yeah.
well, you know how much I love monsters, I think.
Yeah. And Linen come too. Yeah, fucking I'm gonna need to like go on like Etsy and like find like a vaguely cyberpunk looking talk show set and fucking just have everyone's like models just like on like a fucking
I bet we could just put one together.
Yeah. And that's probably not gonna be for a hot minute because I have no idea how long it's gonna take me to recover from this.
That's true.
Just
Well, I don't know. This is a cute little guy.
it is. I love him, Lennon. I want you to visualize something for me.
I'm bad at that.
Okay, no, like not like visualize, but like imagine, right? So like you're
Yeah.
okay. So imagine you're like a Nemean. You're like a Tabaxi or Leonin or whatever, and you know you come home from a long day. Like you know you're at like adventurer school or whatever. You open the door, and this big fucking lizard, like this exact fucking lizard, just bounds out, pounces you to the floor, and just starts licking your face with a big blue tongue because it missed you.
Cute.
Yeah. Also, it's like the size of a horse, and you can ride it.
I don't know. I might have ruined its mouth a little bit. Could be a darker underside of the
Yeah.
headphone.
Because if they're going like lizards, they're basically rubbing their tummies on the floor when they move, right? I don't actually know how lizards walk. Like when they do the splay. Like, are their bellies touching the floor, or are they like just barely above? I don't actually know.
They lift themselves slightly.
Okay.
That's why they have the. I wish I had my model up with the things. That's
Mhm.
why lizards have legs that do. I mean, I don't know about all lizards. I can't generalize, but they have legs that do. Like if this is. Hold on. Say this is a lizard body,
Uh-huh.
and like it's looking head on at us.
Mm-hmm.
Mammals have legs that do this, right? They go
Mhm.
under.
Yeah.
Lizards don't. Lizards do this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lizards do that. And they kind of like they give themselves a little bit of space
Okay.
that way. They don't they I don't think they usually like touch the especially in desert lizards and stuff, they don't want their bellies on the sand while they're running and stuff.
How could it be hot, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
They do the little weird shuffle thing that they do.
Yeah.
This guy's kind of cute though. I like
I
him.
love him. This is canonically what the riding salamanders look like. I don't even have a name for them yet. I'm just gonna be calling them riding salamanders in my notes.
I'm worse at hands here than AI is.
It's fine. Salamounts. No, that's dumb.
Saddle amounts. No, that's cute. I like that. What do we got? We did. I mean, I made him pretty little.
Yeah.
I'll just send you this picture.
All right.
Liv, I apologize. May I abandon you for your
Okay.
last hour and 20 minutes of your
Yep.
stream?
Yeah, sure. I will survive.
I will owe you more drawings though.
Okay.
We can plan out a proper this is all we do for a full stream
Yeah.
as a reward to your community for getting your things.
Oh yeah.
Because I feel like I owe you more than just two little doodles.
I'm just glad you're here because holy shit. I felt like yesterday, I felt like I was going insane. Until Car got in for the RimWorld stream. I actually thought I was going actually no, I was manic. I was actually manic for a while.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no. I hit my second wind. Second wind ended, and then I just got manic. I literally like
no.
I watched back some of that, and I'm just like, oh, I don't remember this. I sound like I'm freaking out. I sound like I'm panicking, but happy.
Yeah, that happens.
Not great.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna abandon you for your last hour and some, unless somebody makes the thing go longer.
Alright.
So
I think Carcat's asleep, so I think I'm safe. I'm just
I don't know.
imagining him just being mad. Like he comes in like right as like the last like 5 seconds. He's like, fuck! But yeah,
It's a mystery. Who knows?
Thank you for hanging out, Lennon. I appreciate you.
Of course, anytime. Are we doing stuff tomorrow while I'm here? Or I guess it depends if you end up with another day of streaming or if you're taking a break tomorrow.
Alright, today's Sunday. Shit, I forgot what day it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was Saturday. I was like, what are we doing on Sunday?
Do we have D&D this week?
No, thank fuck we do not.
Okay.
Like, oh my god.
I'll assume that we're not doing something tomorrow and assume that you're gonna rest. If you're still live and have time, if you're still somehow Dholecembering tomorrow when I go live to stream, then maybe I'll bug you. But
okay.
If not, go get some rest.
I will. Go rest your brain.
Yeah, I try to.
Right.
Bye.
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 How do I there we go. Alright, I should probably post on Twitter. The greatest salamanders, yes! Okay, but like, imagine if you will, alright? Imagine if you will, when the Numians were like doing their military imperialism thing. Right? Fucking like they just come over the hill and they're just riding on those big adorable salamanders. Mans were not designed to be fucking intimidating, and they still decided, nah, we're gonna just go and we're gonna try and conquer the fucking continent. Alright, so, right. So when we last left off, everything was stable. Grimris is praying for some reason. Zoya... They still don't like us very much, but they're in the hole. They're gonna try and break out at some point in like 600 days, that's fine. Fucking holy shit. Gimris is just like, oh yo, ayo, that bitch pretty. Oh boy, alright, so yes, we might get another party member, and then I gotta build another, Oh, I'm probably gonna have to build, hang on, how are we looking temperature-wise? Okay. Okay, we're not doing bad. We're not doing bad here. We have our storage shed for extra stuff. It's 58 degrees inside, it's 64 outside. We're in the middle of fall. We're gonna probably want to turn heaters back on at some point. This is RimWorld. We have a colony full of friends. And we're trying to survive. What is everybody's preferred... Oh, Gimris needs new clothes. Okay. What is Gimris's preferred... Okay, negative 18 to 85. 15 to 85. 32 to 101. 61 to 79. 1 to 86. Negative 23 to 87. Negative 18 to 85. Okay, and it's 60 degrees inside. It's 50 degrees inside. That's fine. We could probably start turning heaters on again at some point. Kind of like Frostpunk, a little bit. Little bit. I got my little guys, and they're going around. Got Virgo, our bisexual nudist with a plasma gun, who's also a beastmaster. They've got a pet cougar, they've got a pet turtle, they've got a pet dog, and all of them will fight. We've got our med bay down here. We have our big climate-controlled storage shed. We have the hole for prisoners. Yes, and it's all randomized. We've got our solar panels and what's up, Xeno? We got our solar panels and windmill generators. We got our battery supply. We got our fridge, which is actually kind of full. We have our original storage thing, which is completely fucking full. I'm gonna need to start making more clothes. It's gonna start getting chilly again, so... I would like 10 parkas, please. Because otherwise it's gonna get cold. Require feedback? Hang on, let me see, Shooty. Oh yeah, no, that looks rad as shit. Shooty, that looks really fucking cool. I like the fact that you gave it the expanded, the bigger lever, too, for spinning it, but also if you're using gloves. I really like that. It looks really cool. But what's up, Xeno? Why are you screaming? Okay, what's Virgo doing? What's Virgo... Okay, Virgo, I'm gonna need you to... Like, cleaning is good, Virgo, but we need you to do that. Oh yeah, we got our crematorium. Alright. So, our main issue right now is we are very, very lacking in steel. And, like, that is gonna be an issue. If it's getting to fall, we might also want to start stocking up on food, just in case. So... What I'll do is I'm going to start setting wildlife to be hunted. Work. Okay, Gimris can go hunting as well, so that's fine. Shooty is not a really good shot. I don't think I want Mystic going to shoot things. Words, yeah. Xeno, what's going on? Xeno, what's going on? What's up? Did I... RimWorld! Yes! What's going on, Xeno? Did I do something? So... I'm pretty sure... Did someone close the fucking door? No, silly? Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna want to start, hunting. Because we have a lot of food, and we've got lots of non-perishable food. But... I feel like... I mean, we have lots of corn. All of this corn is gonna start is gonna start dying once winter hits. Yeah, we got our little guys. We're probably gonna want to start a caravan at some point, so we can try and head off and try and find steel. But I think I'm gonna wait until the summer for that. I do not want to do it during the winter. So long as our Muffalo survive, we've got 4 Muffalo. Car, what are you doing? Car's cleaning dirt. Car, get the wool, please. That's gonna be very useful for making those parkas. Oh, we have so many chicks, too! Oh, fuck, I gotta make the hen house bigger. Fuck! I have to make the hen house bigger. Shit. Psychic drone! Fun! Love that! Okay, structure, wall... Yeah, Beb, I think you might like RimWorld. RimWorld fun. Yeah, once winter comes, these chicks are all gonna fucking die. Like, if they're, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck! It's 10. I got 10 chicks. Fuck. Right, that should be enough once it gets built. Is anyone gonna come and actually build... Okay, still doesn't like us very much. Probably gonna need to put a heater in here at some point, which is unfortunate. Attachments. Put a red dot on it. Put a red dot and maybe a fucking laser sight. That'd be fun. Hmm. I'm gonna put a heater in the hole. And hopefully that will stop Zoya from dying if they have to fucking be our prisoner through the winter. I don't care too much about Zoya. What I care about right now more is getting... Okay, someone needs to do building, please. 6, 12... Virgo's already make crafting shit, so that would be bad. Mystic. You're gonna be fucking doing construction as like fucking priority 1. What's Mystic doing? Okay, build the heater for Zoya. Where did Zoya go? Where did Zoya go? She's fucking running! Oh my god, Can Shooty get to her before she fucking escapes? Fuck. Fuck! What's up, Draco? Damn it! Oh, someone put fucking rock in the door! Mm. God damn it. Can I'm gonna load an autosave because that was dumb. That was really silly. Okay, Zoya, so... Someone's gotta haul this rock. Okay, haul this marble chunk out. Chilling on Minecraft, so grinding out sand and dripstone? Fuck yeah. Okay. So now... Fucking... Went out of my way to try to make sure she doesn't fucking freeze to death. Fucking bitch. She's lucky I'm giving her an electric heater and not making her fucking deal with a wood heater. Fucking, I'm being so nice to my prisoners. Okay. So now... I'm going to save. Could be a methane-based heater? Yeah, fucking... Could have put the hole in the fucking, Muffalo enclosure. Fucking bitch. Fucking actual fucking bitch. Okay, Mystic's sleeping because they're a night owl. So we need another person who can do construction while Mystic's asleep. Like, Virgo's already hunting and crafting for us. Oh, wait, Virgo is hunting or should be crafting. Shit, Shooty is a good miner, but also a pretty decent thing. So we can have Shooty focus on construction during the day. I think Shooty wakes up before Mystic does. Because Shooty is a... Shooty likes the dark, so he wakes up early. And goes to bed, like, earlier than everyone else. Okay. Okay, Mystic's making that. Yeah, you have alright construction. It's not amazing. Mystic is still better than you at it. But Mystic's only ever awake during the night, which is a problem. A slaver. Slaver from the Red Valley tribe is approaching. I'll have our best social. Who's our best social? Our best social is... Mystic's got a decent social... Oh, Gimris has the infinity better social. Okay. Cooking a survival meal. Okay, Gimris, go trade with the slaver real quick. Okay. So we got a child slave. Oh, we could sell Zoya into slavery. That'd be funny. An inventor. Herbal medicine. Here, buy our shitty art. I kind of want to buy a slave. But I also don't know if that's gonna actually fuck me or not. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna see. I'm going to free them. I'm going to free them. Oh, where's the... There he is. I'm going to free the slaves. Let's see. So, Troro, can I see what your stuff is? I mean, you're cheap. Oh, wait, you're $987, and I've only got 607. Okay, so let's see. I wish I could see... Okay, well, I can see, actually. Bio. Not super great, but you're... Oh, super immune. Super immune. They're good at plants. They're good at construction. Versus Zoya, who's not super great. Look, all I'm saying is we trade in our prisoner who keeps trying to escape and being a bitch. Right? In exchange for the 16-year-old. And then we go to free them. Like, they've got a passion for construction, plants, and animals. Like, I would like an intellectual, right? But the issue with Zoya is that she's a cunt. The issue with Zoya is that she's a cunt. She's got abrasive, meaning she's gonna cause problems. Shooty already gets his fucking legs broken by Mystic every time they have an argument. I feel like we don't need that. Look, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna free them. I'm going to free them. Oh yeah, see, I automatically freed them from slavery. See? See? There you go, Troro. And he gets some clothes. See? Get him, see, see? We're doing good. We freed a slave. By selling a raider who crashed through our fucking ceiling into slavery. What is Virgo doing? Virgo is sleeping. Okay, Virgo, when you wake up, go to the tailoring bench. Alright, Troro! Let's get you what you need. So you're good at plants, you're good at animals, you're good at construction. Alright, so your work schedule. You are going to be doing... You're going to be handling the animals, you're going to be building shit, and you are going to be doing plants. We have a dedicated farmer now. We don't need to worry about it. Linen can take a break, take a back off on that, and go and be the hunter that we would need her to be. If you're free, no, I mean, no, people can leave. They can leave. There's nothing saying they have to stay. Now, I would like to have a researcher. Like, we have, like, some decently smart people, but, like, the people that are smart at doing research are people we need doing other shit. Like, Shooty, we need Shooty doing mining and... Actually, Shooty doesn't need to worry about construction as much anymore. We have Troro for that. We got this 16-year-old. Shooty is still our best miner. But Shooty can also have priority for research as well, so we can do that. We did it good, everybody. We sold a criminal into slavery. Oh, I should probably actually... Hang on a minute. I just realized something. Power, temperature... Okay, so Troro needs a heater in his room. And there needs to be a cooler... in this hall... Wait, no. It doesn't need to be a cooler in this hallway. I think a vent will do it. Actually, I should probably actually have the cooler. So I'll put an air vent... and then a cooler. Why are you the smartest? It's not that you're the smartest, you're the best researcher. There's a difference. Okay, and Troro just picked up a parka because it's getting cold. Yeah, we need to build more... Also, our nudist is our best tailor, by the way. It's nighttime, you know what that means? What does that mean? What does it mean, Zeno? Small sleepy beans, thank you for the follow. Fish! Fish! Huh? I'm so confused. Yeah, Shooty, you have the best Google foo. Oh, fuck. Shit, alright. Fuck! Alright, so one of our Muffalo has plague. Alright, fucking, Carcat, fucking... Oh wait, they don't have beds! I don't have beds for the fucking... Wait, or can I make beds? Fits any animal, okay. Animals use sleeping spots. So I don't know how a Muffalo is gonna fit in fucking, like, these, but... Alright, Troro, what are you doing? Okay, he's harvesting an oak tree. Oh, he's fucking building the shit for his room. That's fine. Realistically, a sleeping spot would be fine. Yeah, but I want my animals to be comfy! I'll assign a sleep spot for this Muffalo. Okay, now it's asleep. Car. Okay, already tending to it. Good. Starvation? Oh, because Virgo's been... Wait, where's Virgo? Oh, Virgo's eating. Fucking starvation, you're already eating. Fucking don't be a bitch. Okay, don't you die on me, you son of a bitch. Holy fuck! I think Carr might be an actually better veterinarian than he is a doctor, and he's already an amazing doctor. At least we have a medical spot for them as well, so. Look at that shit. Minus 28 points? What do you mean minus 28 points? I'm very confused. Oh, my chickens can't get... Oh shit, so my chickens are stuck. I have to eat mold to regain HP. I'm so confused. Fire taming. Thanks to high mood Kari's producing inspiration. Successfully tame the next animal regardless of difficulty. Okay. Okay. Alright. Where's a mega sloth? What the hell? Why are wild boars not allowed? Alright, animals. Or wildlife, even. Where is the mega sloth? Alright. Car. Car, I need you to- Oh no! Animal skill too low! Do not tame the mega sloth. Wait, what's Carcat's animal skill? 6. Oh, there's a ship chunk. Yeah, deconstruct that. Why is there all this steel here and we're just not doing anything with it? Oh my god. Why are we not getting this steel? I guess if we need it, we'll go get it. It is allowed. It is allowed. It doesn't have any X's over it. Alright, so car can't, get anything. Alright, that's fine. It is 60 degrees out. Once it starts getting, like, super cold, we're gonna have to turn the heaters on, but that's fine. The heaters are all set to the right temperature. Okay, now we just need them to make the animal doors so the heat doesn't get out. Virgo. Virgo. Um... Can someone finish this fucking... There we go. Alright, so... Wait. What do you mean? Why do I not own enough fucking cloth? There we... Construction botched. Fucking goddamn it, Troro. I'm so confused by these people sometimes. At the very least, it's not super cold, so it should be fine. There we go. Alright, so now we have the... So now the hen house is completely fine. Probably gonna have to slaughter some of the hens. Especially when some of the chicks grow up. Probably the older ones. Because we're gonna run out of time. We're gonna run out of space, eventually. Hmm. Can I burn animal corpses? Oh no, because this might burn like fucking damn it. Yeah, burning animal corpses seems like a bad idea. Wait, minor break risk. Tattered apparel. Gimrit, fucking. What's Virgo doing? Virgo is cleaning animal filth. Okay, that's fine. Actually, no, Virgo, fucking finish your fucking tailoring quest. Like, if people have shitty, have shitty fucking, have shitty clothing, they'll fix it, right? They'll... Like, surely, right? Like, surely Gimris is not going to just stand around in busted-ass clothes. Mad hair, okay. Oh, you need a new shirt. Really? Fucking, just take your shirt off. I should probably make some shirts. Fucking... Alright, add bill, make a t-shirt, make a cute t-shirt, make... I should probably make some more just because, like, they're gonna degrade over time, so make 10. Yeah, bad news? What's your bad news? I can't repair clothes. Well... Oh wait, mad hair. Oh! Oh yeah, no, Troro needs to get the fuck out of there. Virgo! Virgo, please go rescue Troro. Troro. Draft. Okay, Troro, okay. Okay, yeah, Troro, go rest at the med bay. No immediate danger. That bleeding's gotta stop, but I think Karkat will get it eventually. Eventually, Virgo's gonna need to put on a coat, which is a little unfortunate. Unless I'm wrong about Virgo's... Yeah, Virgo's only comfortable at 61 Fahrenheit, and it is already, like, not that. Well, it's exactly that, actually. So, yeah, if it gets any colder, Virgo's gonna need to put on a coat, even if it does make them upset. Hmm... Oh, I think we need to expand the chicken fucking thing again. Okay. Okay, fence. Wooden fence. Brigand outpost. Apparently Outlander base camp nearby. I've read in caravans campus trapped by South Jaunt League. Huh. That would be cool. No, I will take the, I'll take the next quest I get. I'll take the next quest I get. As it stands right now, we're in a good place. Oh, shit. What is going on? Mystic and Linden are no longer social fighting. What the fuck were you doing? Why were Mystic and Linden fighting? Okay, we gotta get Troro a gun, right? Troro. Where are our guns? Here, Troro, take the short bow. I don't know where the rest of our guns went. What the fuck is happening here? Like, now Mystic and Shooty are fighting! Fucking Shooty was just at the fucking... Oh my god. Car. Okay, car's already coming to rescue. Okay. Oh, okay, the gun cabinet is over here. Alright, so... Oh my god. I'm just gonna build, like, more gun shells. Our armory will be just in this shed over here. Oh, shit. Is it that part of the game where the run? I don't think so. So close. 30 minutes and then I'm free to take a nap. Fucking Shooty finally won one, though. Alright, Troro, take a pistol. Can someone haul this fucking pistol? Okay, Mystic can come get her gun back when she's fine. Fucking, we have 3 people in the med bay. Because Mystic just decided to throw hands with whoever was around. Like, Jesus, dude. Okay, so we're gonna have to slaughter some of these chickens. We are running out of space. So slaughter. Okay, so we want our oldest hen, so
They started it.
Alright, so rooster 1, cockerel 2. What is the difference between a rooster and a cockerel? So we're gonna slaughter hen 1 and hen 2. I don't know what we have a lot of cockerels, so I'm going to slaughter some of the younger cockerels. I'm not gonna kill the rooster, because I don't know what the difference between a rooster and a cockerel is. A cockerel is a teenager male. Okay, so I gotta wait till they grow up to roosters before I can kill rooster 1. I do want to get another wild boar. So then we can start making bacon. We need a male wild boar. Actually, that's probably would be a good thing to look at, actually. Wildlife. There's no wild boars. Fucking Jesus Christ, Virgo did not give a shit. Virgo slit their throats as they were sleeping. What is bugging you, Mystic? Ate without table? That's on you! The table's right there, motherfucker! Ugh. Okay, so Gimris and Mystic have, fucky clothes right now. Though I feel like Mystic's clothes are fucky because she keeps picking fights. Fuck! Wait, what do you mean? Oh, she's cleaned them out, that's why. Okay, now Virgo is making a shirt for, some shirts so people can get shirts if they need them. Okay. Production. Fuck! Our batteries just dumped themselves again. Son of a bitch. Alright. Damn you, Randy! Put out the fire. Put out the fire before it burns anything. Come on. It fucking blew up the TV, motherfuckers! Someone should donate $60. I'm not gonna say anyone should do anything. Yeah, our power's out. Fuck! Damn it! Oh, all of our electricity's out for a day. Shit. Oh, God. Alright. Alright, no, it's fine. It's fine. We should have enough refrigeration. Jesus. Okay, we've got enough refrigeration that we should be fine. Nothing should spoil over the course of one day. However, that does mean that we are limited now in that our... There we go. Our oven and our sewing machine go off of electricity. It's a rainy thunderstorm. That's good, I think. Wait, no, it's not, because that mean... Wait, no, wait. It means that our turbines are going to be going at full speed. Someone please go and put out our fucking crops. They're on fire. Thank you. Okay, what can be made at a drug lab? I don't know what can be made at a drug lab. I'm hoping it's medicine. I don't know. I would assume a drug bench can make medicine. Or lightning hits my battery bank. I don't think the batteries can catch fire, which is good. Getting transport pods. Oh. Mizik is broken inside, has become obsessed with corpses. She's gonna dig up a corpse and present it for all to see. I mean, good luck finding a corpse. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, that's one of the first guys. Someone should stop her. It's fine. I thought I was meant to be a necromancer. No, it's fine. Thanks for digging it up, Mystic. You saved me some time. Now I could just put the bones in the crematorium. Honestly, the crematorium is really fucking useful. Holy shit. Yeah, so the transport pod, I think is going to be what we want. We get microelectronics, medicine production, and then we start working on transport pod. Deep drilling. Deep drilling, I think, would be... Actually, wait, no. We'll get deep drilling, and then... Deep drilling, ground penetrating scanner, then we get transport pod. Because once we can be self-sustaining... Once we can be self-sustaining...
the transport. The place transgender people dock.
Then we can start sending people off. And say, like, so many of our quests seem to send us like halfway across the island. Like, that's not great. I do not want to go halfway across the island for a mission. But if we have a transport pod, that means we can just go there and back, no problem. We are going to want to get armor, though. Right now, we do have an issue where we don't really have much in the way of armament. And that's a problem. Got 3 more swords to make, and how many? And 5 more shirts to make. I mean, either way, like, I don't want to be going out until... Oh, shit, hypothermia. Virgo has hypothermia because she's outside and she's naked. Alright. Oh, because she's taking... Virgo, put on the parka. And then get back to working on your things. Okay. Okay, so it is 40 degrees out. Alright, I think it is time that we turn on the heaters. We turn on the heaters, everything stays warm. The air conditioner will... I think we need to turn the air conditioners off. I mean, no, they're fine, because their designated temperature is still, like, within comfort. So the heaters are heated up to 70. Fuck. Fuck! Okay, okay, Carcat's already doing it. Carcat's already doing it. Make walls double thick to be significantly more insulative as between 2 doors in an area creates an airlock, which helps ceiling temperatures you want to keep in and out. Right now, I think I'm good where I'm at. Like, I like this design that I have. Okay, Virgo's finished making shirts. Now Virgo's making swords. Okay, let's look at people's needs. People's shit. So Mystic is a much better swordswoman than she is a gun shooter. So grab the sword. Carcat cannot fight, so that's fine. Virgo is a really good shot, I think. So yeah, Virgo's a really fucking good shot. Shooty is a not super great at shooting, decent at melee. Gonna give Shooty the other sword. Linen is a good shot. Gimris is a good shot, or decent enough shot. Toro is not great at anything. So they can keep the 1911. Why did I set Toro to shoot? Oh, wait, I think I might be dumb. Yeah, why did I set Toro to be able to hunt? I mean, I guess, like, fucking skill, like, 3 is a decent enough skill. That's fine. I think it's because they're good at animals. These fridges can also be used to make much more efficient fridges. I mean, I think my fridge is fine. As it is. Yeah, fucking... Okay, wildlife. Are there any wild boars? No, there are not. I think we have enough food to survive the winter. Our batteries are looking a bit... Our batteries are looking a bit not great. I think it's because, like, the extra weight from the heaters is I think, giving them issues. But at the very least, it's enough to last us through the night. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Okay, we have traders. I completely fucking missed them coming in. Alright, Mystic. Mystic, it is your awake time, so you get to go talk to them. What have you got? Steel knife, plasteel knife, revolvers, pants. Oh, this is what we've got. Oh, these guys have dick all. Holy shit. I should just sell them my crap. Here, take my crap. Oh wait, no, those are good. Let's not do that. Let's... and then do you have anything you want that I could actually... Oh, these components. I'm going to want that. Oh, wow, like, that is still, like, more than enough than... Okay, I'll take your cloth, fuck. Wait, hang on. No, I want it to go to me. Yeah, I want to buy, not sell... Like, really? You're fucking selling garbage? Alright, fuck it. Just take the crap. Just take the stuff that's crap. Sure. Go. It's fine. Get rid of it at least. Okay. Hadalbog! Thank you for the gift subs. 20 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Oh. Alright. Alright, so we're doing good. We're doing very, very good. We just gotta survive this winter, and then... Like, I do really, really want us to move on to being able to make medicine. And then... deep drilling would be great. Hospital beds would be better. 'Cause I think we get deep drilling, ground penetrating scanner, then we go into transport pods, I think. Because, like, we're doing good, but we've also, like, used up, like, a lot of the resources that this place has to offer. But, like, also, I don't, not even so much used up as, like, we've just... There's just around. All the steel, please. Yes! Yes, research harder! Come on, Shooty, I believe in you. Like, and even then, like, we are gonna want to learn armor and stuff. Like, to make, like, guns and flak armor and shit. Like, there's so much we want. So there's so much we want. Geothermal power would be cool, because we have 2 steam generators. Fuck. Luckily, linen's not very strong. Mystic's just going around with the welder, just fucking, like, tidying it up. Okay. Yeah, Lennon, go take a rest. Alright, so once we have geothermal, we don't really need to worry about our batteries anymore, because geothermal never runs out. We might even be able to, like, just turn off the batteries. Just uninstall the batteries when, we have geothermal. It's Kadalbog. We love the Kadalbog. And hi, Lilith! Sorry, I got DM'd. Alright. Like, I know I'm playing, like, very conservatively, but, like, we don't really have any armor. I spent so much time trying to make sure that my guys can survive and be comfortable that, like, they don't really have a lot of ability to do anything other than defensive fighting. Hello. Like, we don't really have armor, we have one really good gun and a bunch of, like, kinda sorta okay guns. Eventually, our okay guns are gonna break, which is a problem. Really hoping we can get another boar. Being able to breed those boars and make bacon out of what's left, like, that'd be really cool. Like, we could completely move away from hunting. If we get another boar, we could completely move away from hunting. We've already got enough chickens that, like, food is never going to be an issue again. Food might only ever be an issue during winter. Oh, fun. Okay, where are they? Oh, they're gonna come in through a fucking orbital drop, aren't they? Oh, one of our batteries broke down. That's not great. Oh, fuck! Oh, no! Oh, no! Okay, so first off, save. No, this just happened. Oh, fuck. I mean, hey, we might be able to get some more friends. Fuck! Okay, Troro. Okay, everyone is drafted. Everyone except our doctor is drafted. Form up, troops. Okay, so Shooty with the sword up front. Linen, rifle back here. Gimris, rifle back here. Virgo, laser rifle here. Troro, pistol here. Mystic, sword here. Build bunkers using stone walls and sandbags. I don't think I have access to sandbags. Oh, this is a lot of people. I don't know if I'm gonna survive this. Sandbags are early? Hang on. I don't have... What would they be under? Furniture? Apparently, because I don't see sandbags. Feel like we're gonna need. Okay, feel like we're gonna have to start, like, fucking. Once we're done with microelectronics, we're going machining and we're going into guns and armor. We need, like, fuck it. I'm gonna make research benches at the wazoo, and I don't care what the fuck's going on, everyone is going to be learning. Oh lord, they coming. They're splitting up. Fuck, okay. No game audio? When was there? This is when there's no game audio. How about now? Fuck. Death in 11 hours. Death in 7 hours. Using cover is necessary? Fucking how am I gonna use cover? Looks retro? I mean... They're burning my fields. Fucking... Okay, hang on. I wanna load game. And reload to the autosave. Fuck. Alright. Okay. Alright, so we need to just focus... We need to just focus research. Okay, who can do research? Who can do research? Alright, Mystic can do it, she's not great at it. Carcat can do it, Shooty can do it. I need everyone doing it. I need everyone doing it. And we need machining. We need machining right the fuck now. Building security? What do you mean building security? Thank you for the follow, Mikaze! Does not exist. Mystic, I think you're forgetting that this is vanilla. Alright, build. 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 Security tab. Oh, I see him. Okay. Put them in rows where you can defend east or south of the med bay. I mean, I'm hoping that we don't get another raid. I'm hoping that, like, Randy Random will be just like, no. Alternate walls with sandbag? What the fuck do you mean, alternate walls with sandbags? Sandbags are more for partial cover when your pawns peek out to fire. Oh, there's a fucking lynx in the animal pen. Or there was. I don't know where it went now, but okay. Mystic, there are people coming at me with automatic weapons. I have one weapon that's a laser gun. Everything else is like a fucking bolt action. I don't think the issue is cover. I think the issue is like the fact I've got no weapons and no armor. Point is we are getting ourselves... We're getting ourselves guns, at the very least. We got our sandbags. Large piece of an ancient ship has crashed nearby. Specific efforts to kill all plants and expanding circle around as soon as possible. Fuck! Fuck! Mechanoids are deadly! Cool, and I don't have armor! Okay. Maybe if I... Okay, that's not getting super... That's not going super fast. You only wake up when I start shooting the ship. Ugh. Am I gonna be alright? I don't think so. I think this is dead. I'm gonna build a row of sandbags, and I'm going to... I'm gonna try and get as much as I can research-wise before this becomes an issue. It's not expanding super quickly, and I'm hoping that, like, once it's destroyed, I can work to refoliate this area. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that, like, I can, like, this isn't gonna be permanent. I'm hoping that, like, life will find a way, you know, eventually, right? One wall, one sandbag. What the fuck does that... What would that do? Like, will my fucking guys use that? Like... I place them behind the wall? Yeah, okay. I think once I get machining, I can start working on, Oh, please. Okay, Okay, so let's grab... We have guns, but we probably want more, so let's get flak armor. Flak armor is the next big one. And then... I'm gonna need a machining table. Into the arts and crafts room with you. Oh shit! Oh, there we go, okay! Just in time! Oh shit! Just in time! Oh boy, alright, 7 more minutes. Okay. Okay, it's not getting super far. It's not getting super far, which is fine. Oh, God. We do have access to grenades. I wonder if we just build a fuckload of grenades. Fuck, I need components! No, fuck. I need components. I don't have components. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Mechanisms be broken down into components. Oh boy. Oh no. This is where we die, I think. Gonna save. We die. Okay, I think Carcat needs to get a gun too. Carcat's got dick all for skill, but fucking. Okay, the desiccation is mostly just going north. Hmm. A ray? Oh no! It looks like most of these guys are using bows and fucking arrows. Okay, alright, no, it's fine. It's fine? It's fine. Alright, motherfuckers. Well, thank you for the gift, Subcadobo. Sandbags are best among low cover. Okay. I think we just hit a turtle. We are hitting our own chicken coop, but that's fine. Come on, motherfuckers! We just shot a chicken. Alright, yeah, they're just trying to break our shit, but I can fix it. It's fine. Come on, bitch. You sure my muffaloes be attack animals? Nah? If they want us, they gotta come close. Yeah, y'all better fucking run! Alright, so we got this guy, Bio. We got Decent Social. Dumb Labor, and he's got an annoying voice. Orange Mosquito. Psychically Dull. He's a decent artist. Not much else. Dead. Dead. Falco, what you got? Ooh, He's unwaveringly loyal, but we can fix that. Carcat, arrest this man. Hello. Get the boy. Oh, he stole my fucking taco wrapper. Bebo, grab the taco wrapper. You don't let him have that. Bebo. Bebo, don't let him take after Patty, for fuck's sake.
Funny.
It's funny until he starts stealing food off our plates. Got 3.5 minutes left. Alright, the rest of these fuckers can bleed out, I don't care.
Collect your
Collect my potato? Oh, that's rice. Right now I'm dealing with a minor issue. Alien spaceship crash is carrying just basically Space Agent Orange. I do not have the equipment to destroy that. Oh, shit. Hey, Bandit Queen! Alright. Okay, so sandbags are pretty good. Fine, I will accept that. I love you, Bebo. Take your cat. Oh, yo! Oh, but it doesn't count fucking 100s. It doesn't count 100s, fuck! It only counts in fucking things of like 500. Okay, so deal with the spaceship, kill all the threats and focus around the ship itself. Okay. I think Shooty's the only person who took any damage. Yeah. So we lost a hen. 1 extra minute. I mean... Fucking, the timer doesn't track that, though. I'll go for 1 extra minute, but like... Okay, everyone get de-drafted and start rebuilding. Proof yaks one in the area. See your customer human contact drink. Yeah, let's go! We got some yaks! Fuck yeah! Let's go! Okay, the chickens can stay in there until we have everything fixed. Carcat. Carcat, where'd the prisoner go? Where'd the... Oh, they fucking died on the way. They fucking died on the way. Son of a bitch. Oh, they would have been so cool, good to have on our team. Son of a bitch. Someone's gonna burn these fuckers. Alright, Troro. Oh, wait, no, Troro. Mystic, once you're done sleeping, burn those fuckers. Alright. Apparently your name is Janitor, you hate cleaning. Medical emergency? Oh, a Carcat's... Oh no. Shit. Oh well, Carcat lost his right kidney. That's a shame. That was his favorite one. Alright, Virgo, what are you doing? Virgo's training the cougar. Okay,
Dholecember.
Happy Dholecember! Oh, shit. Oh, alright, so that's it. That's it, we're done. We're done. I'm gonna try and make sure the shooty doesn't fucking die. I will play more of this world later. Is it nap time? Maybe a little. Maybe a little. It might be a little bit of nap time. I don't know. Depends what Sai wants to do. Yeah, let's go. We fucking smashed the fuck out of our goals. Holy shit. So what I'll do, I don't think I'll be able to, I just realized because, most of it came from, subs, and I don't get paid by Twitch until the 15th of January, I'm probably going to get, like, a different theme for the pinup than, Christmas.
About a Valentine.
Ooh, a Valentine's Day? Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah, like a Valentine's Day pinup, maybe? And what I'll do is I'll post that on my, wait, depending on how spicy it is, I'll post it on my Discord. If I can find a way to get it on Patreon without getting my fucking account flagged as porn, I'll do that, and I'll just make that accessible to everyone. Yeah, we did it! We did it! We fucking did it! Does the Cyber Arm LED show pink hearts? It should. But yeah, fucking, once I get paid, I'll speak to the model maker about getting, the rush slot when it's next open. And I'll do my best. Right now, there's someone in the rush slot. The moment I see it open, I'm gonna try and get in and be like, hey yo, let me in. What's my fur affinity? Fucking none of y'all know my fucking fur affinity is. Alright. Okay, please. Yeah. Okay, save Shooty, he's gonna die. No! His toe! No! Bebo, his right fourth toe.
Oh.
Oh no. Carcat lost a kidney and fucking oh god, this is why I don't use the webcam. Anytime you step nearby, it fucking freaks out. No, I love you. Love you. Come here. I'm gonna kiss you. Fucking, like, truly. Like, a kidney? Now you could live without that. A toe, though? Fuck. You only get so many of those. Oh, my fucking... Bub, I love you. Oh, no. Alright. Okay, who's using the corpse burner? Who's doing that? Someone should be doing that. Okay, Mystic's doing it. Just carry the bodies through the house. Could have been a lot worse. I mean, it could have, yeah. He's got steel plate armor. Strip that man. We want that man's equipment. Gonna give the armor to the resident psychopath? Fucking Carcat's already got armor on him. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to give that to... I'm gonna give it to Linen. Linen's not gonna like it because it came off a dead guy, but... it'll help. Okay. Mystic's doing corpses. Is current armor tainted too? No. Alright. Okay, Shooty's fine, I think. Okay, yeah, Shooty's fine. Shooty's fine. If Carcat's armor is not tainted, give him his... Oh? Okay, car. Where this? Okay, and then... Linen. Okay. Okay, Linen get pants. Okay, I think we're doing good. We're doing good. It's not moving super far south, but it is moving very north. And that could be an issue. God, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Fuck! We need 5 more components. Deal the next time I have car around? Yeah. Ah. God, this fucking sucks! Oh my god. Like, okay, so we've almost completed, our research. And then we can get gunsmithing and go from there. It looks worse than it is, does it? Mechanoids are mainly a threat in open combat. If we ambush them, would it be fine? At the very least, now I know I did not get enough guns, and the game is very much telling me like, hey, yeah, no, you should have got guns. Our home is so fucking dirty. Yeah, I know, but this game is good! Alright, I'm gonna save the game. We die. Alright. Alright. So that was fun. I am tired. I'm very, very, very tired. So I'm gonna go. Thank you everybody for coming. We completely fucking blew it out of the park. I'm hoping I can make this a yearly thing. I might not do it in December next year. I might do it in April. Make it Dolepril. I am going to get up and I'm going to lay down for a bit. So, please apologize on my behalf. Please apologize on my behalf, because oh my god, I feel like I have left a fucking imprint on this chair. So, I do not know if I will see you guys tomorrow. If I do, then I hope that we have a fun time together. But if I don't, then I will definitely see you guys on Tuesday, innit? Bye-bye, everybody. I love you. Say hi to friend for me. Bye-bye.